We'll go live in 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon. This is a regular meeting of the Brookline Select Board for Tuesday, July 26, 2022. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of discussing litigation strategy. If doing so in open session would have a detrimental effect on our negotiating positions, and the chair so declares. We will reconvene an open session approximately at 5:30. All those in favor of entering into executive session, please say aye. Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much. Welcome back. We are out of executive session and we are resuming open session for tonight's select board meeting on July 26th. News, announcements, and updates. Any, Bernard?
Yes, thank you. I want to give assurances to the community in general, but particularly the Pierce community with respect to this Pierce School project. I want to say that it's not in any significant way being delayed or at risk. And I assume that there are the 4 votes on this select board that we need to put the override on the ballot. The plan is in January of 2023. Waiting until January 2023 to put the override on the ballot at a special election has some benefits in terms of the campaign to get voters to approve the debt override. And it will not, emphasize, it will not impede the schedule, which contemplates an opening in the summer of 2027. The only construction-related reason we would not meet the summer 2027 opening date is related to where we place geothermal wells, either under the building or in the park. Putting them under the building would delay the start of construction, and the scheduled opening could be pushed into the fall. With respect to the need for the Pierce School, I placed a memo in the Select Board's packet that you have access to in the meeting packet in the information folder. In that memo, there is a link to a critically important video presentation by Pierce School Principal Jamie Yadoff showing the conditions in the school. But the video does not give you the full picture, including, frankly, the sights, the sounds, the smells, and the feel of the building. You will only get that fuller picture by calling Ms. Yadoff and arranging a building tour so that you can experience Pierce's deficiencies up front and close and personal. Until you have taken a tour, you really can't have a basis for understanding the need for this project. Finally, the Pierce School project is important for 2 important equity reasons and would become more of an equity issue if we fail to go forward with this project. First, the current building severely disadvantages children with physical, emotional, and mental disabilities. Second, the conditions at Pierce separate from ADA compliance issues sends a negative message to all of Pierce's students, particularly the large number of children in public housing who attend Pierce. The message is that the town is unwilling to provide them with the appropriate educational setting that other schools are providing to students throughout the town. I'm committed to making the Pierce School project a top priority for the town and working to convince the voters that this project is both important on its own and an important indicator of our values and commitment to our children. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Any other, Miriam?
I just want to affirm that the Pierce project has my continued support as well. So thank you, Bernard. I really don't see any way that that would change. I have been in that building, and as a parent, I would not, first of all, as a student who's hard of hearing, that would be a very difficult environment for me personally to work in and to learn in. And the ADA stuff alone, just we have to address it. So I want to assure those that have been emailing that I am with Bernard on this. I will be voting to move forward with the Pierce project.
Any other comments, updates, news? John?
Quick one here. Couple of really good events that are happening. One is happening even as we speak right now over at the Teen Center. And that's the unveiling to the public of a mural that some Brookline teenagers have been working on, along with an artist who worked with them to create the mural. And terrific project, a lot of cooperation between various Brookline entities such as the Brookline Community Mental Health Center, the Teen Center, and others as well, steps to success. But mostly just a chance for some Brookline teenagers to have a terrific experience this summer, putting their work into on public display in terms of this mural. And I hope people who couldn't be there tonight, like me, can have a chance to see the mural later this week. The second event is coming up on August 2nd. Chief, correct me if I'm wrong. Brookline taking part in what's known as National Night Out. Brookline's participation will be at Brookline Avenue Playground. And the chief might even be saying something more about it later today. I don't know. I don't want to step on his act, but it's a program that's being pulled together by the police department with a lot of participation from other parts of both town hall, but also community groups and so on. And it's a terrific evening to both get better acquainted with your neighbors, but also get better acquainted with Brookline Police. Brookline Police get better acquainted with the community, music, fun, food. So that's coming up on August 2nd, and I commend that upcoming activity to everybody listening tonight.
Bernard.
Yeah, in our miscellaneous calendar, there is an item, a resolution honoring Shobi Hoy on her 90th birthday. And if you don't mind, I'd just like to talk about that now so that we don't have to interrupt later on. So we prepared a resolution that the select board has signed honoring Shobi Hoy on her 90th birthday. I'd like to read parts of it. It's a long resolution because Shobi has done so much for this town, this state, as well as other countries. So I'm going to read just a few pieces of it, or a few whereas clauses, to give you a sense of what's in the resolution, and it's in our board packet, so you can read it if you want. Whereas beloved Brookline resident Shobi Hoy was born on August 5th, 1932. And whereas Shobi Hoy's 90th birthday will be celebrated by family, friends, and the public on Thursday, August 4th at the Brookline Marriott Courtyard, sponsored by the Coolidge Corner Chamber of Commerce and Tracy Clark of the Shobi Hoy Group. And whereas Shobi Hoy is a trailblazing businesswoman and humanitarian, is a mother, grandmother, and role model for people from all walks of life. And then I talk more about her, where she was raised, where she lived, et cetera. And then a key piece of this resolution is, whereas Shobi Hoy has lived the American dream with her business success, but has used that success to help others who have not had the good fortune that she has enjoyed, including vulnerable youth, senior citizens, elderly residents, people with physical and mental disabilities, and other vulnerable populations, and the nonprofits and service organizations that support them. I think that is really key to understanding Shobi Hoy, that she's been very successful, but she really has reached out and used her success to help others. And she's made major contributions to numerous Brookline nonprofits, organizations, as well as town agencies. Her contributions are have a global reach, including as a member of Brookline Rotary and its international philanthropic initiatives and Brookline Sister City program. She's received many awards and recognitions. Her appreciation of books and education is evident by her work with groups like More Than Words, a nonprofit social enterprise that empowers youth who are in the foster care system, who are court involved, homeless, or out of school, to help them take advantage of their lives by taking charge of a business. She has been a leader in support for Brookline High School in many ways, and various Brookline boards and commissions. So after going through all of that, we say, now therefore be it resolved that the select board of the town of Brookline, Massachusetts, on behalf of the residents of the town of Brookline, with great appreciation for her contributions to the town and its residents, hereby congratulates Shobi Hoy on her 90th birthday and gives our sincere thanks and appreciation to Shobi Hoy for her many years of meritorious service to the town of Brookline. Signed by the select board and attested by Mel Kleckner, town administrator. And I'm going to present a signed copy of this proclamation, along with many other proclamations that will be presented to her at her 90th birthday party on August 4th. And I think everyone is invited, and anyone who knows the work that Shobi Hoy has done in Brookline on behalf of so many different organizations, nonprofits, and individuals should feel free to attend this birthday celebration on August 4th. Thank you.
Great. Any other news, updates, announcements? Okay, we're going to go into public comment. John, will you take over this portion?
Thank you very much. Thank you to those who are joining us for public comment. It's an opportunity for us to hear your perspective on the issues in Brookline that matter to you. We do have a few rules to share. Each person speaking is limited to 3 minutes. You don't need to use the entire time, but you may if you like. Please refrain from personal attacks and from addressing personnel issues during your comments. Members of the public sometimes raise questions during public comment. We may be able to provide a quick answer to a question, but are more likely to work with staff to get a more thorough answer and respond over email. We'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Please conclude your remarks at that time. And then if you have more to say, you are welcome to send an email to board members expressing your thoughts in greater detail. Devin, over to you.
The first person signed up for public comment is Lisa Sears. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin. Hi, Lisa. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and start your video if you're comfortable. You're just going to need to unmute. We have audio.
We have audio.
Oh, we also have a
Small
child.
Yeah.
No, honey, what are you doing? Did you touch it?
No.
Okay. Thank you, honey. I didn't mean to yell at you.
Hey, Lisa, you're up for public comment.
Hello?
Hi, Lisa, you're up for public comment.
Oh, hi. Sorry about that. I heard the statement that you said earlier. I was going to testify in support of Pierce, and I just wanted to say thank you. And I appreciate your continued support of the project.
Great, thank you. I got him. The next person signed up for public comment is Tao Kennett. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi. I also wanted to talk in support. So I do want to add a statement. Thank you, Bernard and Miriam, for your opening comments and affirming your support for Pierce. Just in case there are any questions remaining, I'm still going to go ahead with my original comment, and maybe we can even get the 5 votes that Pierce deserves. So first, I urge you all to take a look at the petition that was just emailed to you. It's signed by 298 people as of now, urging you to put the final decision on the Pierce project in the hands of the voters before the MSBA deadline, and read the comments, not only from Pierce families, but from town meeting members, families in Brookline schools, Pierce alums still living here, many other Brookline community members, to get a sense of the overwhelming community support for moving ahead with this project in collaboration with the MSBA. As you know, Pierce families have been patiently waiting for many years, precisely so that the very complicated and known to be more expensive Pierce project could partner with the MSBA. I want to specifically outline one argument that I and others have heard now several times being put forth, is that other overrides that the town will need should perhaps come first, even at the expense of MSBA funding. I want to really kill that argument. It is my personal opinion that this approach is nothing short of insulting to the intelligence and autonomy of Brookline voters, in that it assumes that voters will vote for or against an override according to the order in which they appear, rather than by their individual merit. The logic is flawed, and it is not only insulting, it will also backfire. So please do go ahead and, as you affirmed, and give Brookline voters the credit they deserve. Let them decide for themselves. And it is, of course, also fiscally negligent to do so, because to let this unique opportunity lapse without letting the voters have a say would not only be a folly to the tune of many tens of millions of dollars to the town, it will be completely inexcusable and unexplainable when in a few years, the voters will be asked to foot a much higher bill to repair a crumbling non-ADA compliant Pierce, this time around without MSBA support. And yes, Pierce renovation is inevitable, as Bernard has mentioned. As in its current state, Pierce is basically a series of lawsuits and disasters waiting to happen. And that's before mentioning the inequitable and substantially subpar learning environments. So I urge you to go ahead, all 5 of you make the responsible decision here and vote to put an override on the ballot for the Pierce project in time within the MSBA deadline. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Marissa Vogt. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, my name is Marissa Vogt. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 6. I am speaking tonight to the select board and also publicly to the school committee on behalf of myself and 32 other town meeting members from the precincts that are in the Pierce School District. We're speaking to express our strong support for the Pierce building project and to proceed with the debt exclusion vote with minimal delay. We recognize the financial challenges facing the town and share the concerns that the advisory committee raised about the extraordinarily large cost of the project. However, it has long been known that the Pierce building project would be expensive, which is why we've gone through the MSBA process. And we feel that it is important that the project proceed now with minimal delay. The Pierce School is badly in need of repair and renovation to make the school ADA compliant. Halting the project now will undo years of hard work by the building committee. While it's tempting to try to de-scope the project to cut costs, starting over could very well cost us tens of millions of dollars of state aid and would further subject Pierce students to an inaccessible, substandard, and inequitable learning environment. We should give the voters a chance to support Pierce, just like they supported other school building projects. We therefore ask you to please commit to placing the Pierce debt exclusion question on the ballot, preferably in November, but certainly no later than spring 2023. And thank you very much for the comments that Bernard and Miriam made in support of the project. Thanks. Have a good night.
The next person signed up for public comment is Michelle Simon. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, my name is Michelle Simon. I'm a Pierce parent and a special education teacher in a neighboring community. In 2022, I think it's really unfathomable that we have a school that lacks the infrastructure to teach all students, regardless of disability. I have no doubt that the Pierce educators are doing everything they can to include all children and provide a quality education. Their job is made so much more difficult by the physical barriers in the current building. Sorry, my kids are in the background. I'm trying to teach my children about justice, inclusion, and empathy, and I worry about what message we're sending our children. When students with disabilities are not able to attend their neighborhood school because of the building, all of our children suffer. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your statements of support at the beginning of the meeting.
The next person signed up for public comment is Susan Leitman. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Susan Leitman. I am a lifelong Brookline resident, a former Pierce and BHS student myself, a former Pierce and BHS parent, and I've been teaching 2nd grade at Pierce. This will be my 28th year there. I'm also a voting precinct 6 member and a taxpayer in town. So as you can see, I'm pretty invested in Pierce and in the Pierce community. I want to thank Bernard and Miriam for their support. That is absolutely wonderful. However, I'm still concerned that at the last minute, the town has decided to rethink the project due to concerns over finances. The timing is questionable, and since every part of this project has been transparent throughout the multi-year long process. It's demoralizing to the Pierce community who sat back to support every other school's renovation while we patiently waited our turn. It's been rumored that some members of the board would like to renovate the existing Pierce building, thus cutting costs. This option was originally explored, and while there may still be ways to cut costs, I would like to tell you a little bit about our school so that you see why it is not an easy fix and ultimately would cost more to renovate the building than to rebuild. Pierce is an amazing place filled with wonderful staff, children, and families. However, its physical layout and current conditions are not conducive to optimal learning for all children. I teach in an area of Pierce that we call the second grade tower, kind of think Jenga blocks on top of each other. This area is completely made of unpenetrable concrete, and my class and one other class are for the most part totally underground. The heat in our rooms can be unbearable at the beginning and at the end of the year. Trying to solve this problem by putting in multiple box fans, coupled with the hum of the HEPA filters and our noisy pipes, make it impossible for us to hear our little second graders' voices.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay. There are 2 second grade classrooms on the same level, and not a single classroom is accessible without going up or down steps, even if entered from the outside. There is no way that a child in a wheelchair could attend the second grade at Pierce School without being carried up or down steps. Our bathrooms are single person and narrow, and I can touch all 4 walls by standing near the toilet. Every second grade classroom and most of the classrooms at Pierce have an open design with no doors and few walls. This makes them distracting for children with attentional difficulties like 2 of my own kids.
You've reached 3 minutes.
Not at all for children with hearing impairments. Can I just say one more quick? Our older students who are 12 and 13 need to go outside and down a busy street to get to their classrooms. So I'll just wrap up by saying it really upsets me that our town's values of inclusion cannot be implemented in our own schools, since Pierce cannot be accessed by many children who have any kind of disability. I hope that you can put this on the ballot, and I want to thank Bernard and Miriam, and hope that everyone else goes along with it. Thank you so much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Susan Park. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Well, it seems that I am Susan Park, but I am not Susan Park. I asked Susan Park for the link to the Zoom. My name is Anna Albuquerque. I am a town meeting member for Precinct 1. And I've just learned that the select board is deciding on whether to extend the hours for NETA, and I would like to ask you to, since I just learned about this, that you do not decide about it tonight, and that I imagine that there are other town meeting members and other people that do not know about it and have not had a chance to provide feedback on it. I do remember that there was a lot of problems with people buying stuff from NETA later in the day, because there was a lot of cars going by, which had a negative impact on the neighbors. And also, given that nowadays there are delivery services, I don't really see the need for it, given the negative impact on the neighbors. So the purpose of my intervention is just to ask you if you can wait until a later time so that people are aware of this decision and can provide some input. Thank you.
Next person signed up for public comment is Susan Park.
Okay, hi. Hi there. All right, I'll begin now. My name is Susan Park, town meeting member from precinct 17. It's great to be here tonight. I'm here tonight to ask you to do two things. One is to postpone the vote on NETA extending its hours. But if you end up voting tonight, to vote against extending the hours of operation. My colleagues and I are also here tonight to ask you to do what's best for our abutters and community. I received emails from abutters of NETA telling me they are out of town with spotty Wi-Fi. I'm actually also out of town visiting my aging mother to Zoom in to speak on behalf of colleagues that couldn't because of late notice. Some are out of the country. They had no idea this meeting was happening until a few days ago, which didn't give them much time to organize. The problem is that by extending hours of operation, this affects the abutters who include families trying to put their kids to bed and citizens who deserve rest and quiet, some peace by 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and on Sundays, 12 to 6 p.m. Current operating hours are Monday through Saturday, 10 to 8 p.m. and Sundays, 12 to 6 p.m. This seems balanced. This allows some quiet on the streets that have families that want some reprieve in the evening. I sympathize with the abutters. I used to live on White Place, the street behind NETA, for 1 year. So in 2019, when all the nuisance reports were pouring in, I could sympathize. NETA wants to expand hours by 1 hour, Monday through Saturday, closing by 9 p.m. and Sundays by 7 p.m. They are proposing expanding delivery starting 2 hours earlier at 8 a.m. instead of 10 p.m. and closing 2 hours later at 9 instead of 7 every day. I remember vividly some of the complaints in 2019 were noise related. Abutters hearing the honking of the cars locking and unlocking all day with their automatic keychains. By expanding hours, that plainly creates more noise any way you see it. And on Sundays, people deserve to have some quiet in the morning and not to be interrupted with the honks opening, shutting doors, trash cans being moved and slammed and rolled into the evening. Can we residents of the town count on you, our select board, to protect the community and our quality of living? Or do we have to keep legislating this over and over and coming out and speaking out on behalf of abutters who simply don't have enough notice to be present tonight? And what about the CMAC, the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee? Members of this committee also didn't get information to be able to weigh in and share their opinions about what's going to be voted on tonight. For this reason,
30 seconds.
Should be postponed until more abutters can be here tonight to speak about their real concerns, because they are the ones who will be dealing with these changes. And regarding the delivery vans coming 2 hours earlier, that's going to create more carbon. It's going to create more cars. And, there's also the chance that these vehicles, it's definitely going to have more cannabis supplies in their car. That's an invitation to possibly more robbery. It's an invitation to needing more cars because there's probably a maximum of how much cannabis you need in each vehicle.
You've reached 3 minutes.
For these reasons, I really hope you will vote no on the expansion and also delay on this vote. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Daniel Saltzman. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, thanks. I'm Dan Saltzman, town meeting member from Precinct 6, and I live on White Place behind NETA. I too just learned that NETA is looking to return to longer hours. I also know many people in the immediate area that are on vacation and not able to attend. I'm asking that you not increase NETA's hours. Years ago, I was one of the original petitioners of the STM3 warrant articles, seeking to, among other things, reduce the hours of NETA. The reasons we cited to reduce the hours are well documented. I'm not going to go into them again tonight. I will simply refer you to that extensive record. I'd like to point out that during the STM3 debate, members of this select board told the town meeting that the proper way to protect the neighborhood from the burden of a huge dispensary like NETA right in their backyard was via the select board through licensing. That was a compelling argument at town meeting. The vote was relatively close. I will point out that the composition of town meeting has changed, and I'm confident we now would have the votes that we didn't have back then. If the proper way to maintain the correct hours, indeed the current hours, if it's through licensing, then please show us through your actions. Do not increase the hours NETA operates. Things are working now. While some STM3 articles were not successful, the neighborhoods got proper relief through a combination of reduced hours and, coincidentally, pandemic restrictions. This combination did exactly what was needed. There were less people and they were around the neighborhoods for fewer hours. Their impacts became tolerable. We are at an equilibrium right now. There's still great potential for nuisance, but it's far less and during fewer hours at night. If you increase the hours, you will begin to bring back the problems. Why reinstate the controversy of the past? We're coming out of the pandemic. People are more willing to congregate. Why would we willingly and intentionally go back to the way things were that prompted the STM3 articles in the first place? Expanding hours will bring back problems. The current hours allow the neighborhood peace. We know that noise from NETA goes beyond the business hours. This is why the hours were originally reduced. Please do not change NETA's hours. Don't make town meeting act by failing to do the right thing through this licensing process. Please do not extend NETA's hours. Thank you very much.
Next person signed up for public comment is Bruce Levin. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Good evening. My video is not working, but I will be brief. I have checked, first off, two fellow members of the Cannabis Mitigation Activity Committee want to be here. They cannot be here. I think that should be given some consideration. The other point I'd like to make is that they're the two closest non-Brookline dispensaries are MedMen at 120 Brookline Ave in the Fenway, which has Monday through Friday 10 to 5, Saturday and Sunday 11 to 6. In Seed, which is Center Street in Jamaica Plain, which is 11 to 8 every day. Hence, I do not think there will be at any competitive disadvantage if they hours remain as they are right now. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jonathan Davis. You can share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you very much. I'm Jonathan Davis, town meeting member, precinct 17. I'd like to make a few points about the NETA application for extended hours. First of all, as has been said before, there's been insufficient notice to neighbors, and it's the neighbors who are going to bear the brunt of whatever consequences there are going to be if hours are extended. Second point, and this has also been said before, is that there is now an equilibrium in terms of the hours and the effect on the neighborhood. I think that changing the hours would disrupt this equilibrium that seems to be quite livable. I'd also point out that there's a delivery option already, so people who can't, customers who can't get to NETA can always phone in and get their product delivered. And finally, I'd note that the two other cannabis dispensaries in Brookline, Sanctuary and Mission, both have hours that are very similar to what NETA currently has. Sanctuary is Monday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 7:45 p.m. Mission is Monday to Sunday to Saturday, 10 a.m. Monday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 7:45 p.m. And Sanctuary, I think I had mentioned, is 10 a.m. to 7:45 p.m. And the Sunday hours are also comparable to what NETA has. If you change NETA's, hours, what you're doing is you're putting your thumb on the scale in terms of the other two cannabis sanctuary, the two other cannabis outlets in town. And I don't think that you should be tipping the scales in favor of one or the other when they all have now essentially the same hours. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Marty Rosenthal. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Yes, thank you. May I ask a procedural point of order about my comment? Because I have a comment mostly about article number 10 on your agenda, and I'd prefer, if I could, to hold that till I hear from Jen Pastor and Linda Roseman. Is that possible? And I'll only take 1 minute now.
Sure.
Did I hear it? Sure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm here as co-chair of PAX on one and very quickly on a second issue that just came up. But I just want to urge the chair and the board to deal soon with Stanley Spiegel's indemnity. As Heather knows, and some of you know, we've been trying to get that on the agenda for July. It's been almost 6 years. He's almost 87, and town meeting endorsed the indemnity 195 to 25, even though it was hotly contested. So that's just a little nudge. Secondly, PAX has always supported the legalization of marijuana and cannabis, and I respectfully disagree with the previous speakers. And I'll wait now for Article 10. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for comment is Kate Silbaugh. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, the guys. This is Kate Silbaugh, Precinct 1. I was a co-petitioner on STM3. Obviously, the licensing decision isn't about the legalization of cannabis. And I just wanted to bring us back. Well, I was a co-petitioner on STM3, and I wanted to bring us back to remembering all the noise around that debate, remembering the political firms that NETA hired, and NETA's letter threatening to sue the town. But what I'm hoping you can remember amidst all of that was the hundreds of neighbors who turned out to multiple meetings because the late hours of operation weren't consistent with the placement of this relatively high traffic business in a residential neighborhood. And I want to underscore the point that Dan Saltzman made, which is that the select board at the time insisted that you didn't need a warrant article because you could manage this relationship between neighbors and the business through your licensing authority. And that warrant article did pass town meeting. The closing changed to 8 p.m. Combined with the pandemic, the earlier reduction in foot traffic and business noise as the neighbors were headed to bed, struck a better balance, and also the appointments system that the pandemic engendered and which had seemed so impossible not 6 months before. So I just have a couple of questions for the select board on how you plan to use this licensing authority. And the first is whether you feel like you've adequately consulted with the neighborhood in substance, not in form, as you're readying yourself to return to hours that had been so challenging for them by bringing this sort of mid-July licensing question. I wonder, what is the purpose of the Cannabis Mitigation Advisory Committee? Bruce Levin was on it, Ann Otera's on it, out of town, I'm out of town. If they're not consulted before you make a decision that's a neighborhood mitigation issue, it just feels like, well, what's the purpose of having CMAC? The third question is just thinking about how the town has a lot of interest going forward in commercial development. And in Brookline, commercial development always integrates with residential development. So as we're seeking out commercial enterprises for development going forward, what will the resident to business trade-off be like? Whose needs are going to matter? Will we be looking at a select board that intends to negotiate a balance between them in substance? Or is it a select board that may be trusted to give the businesses what they ask for and to finesse the neighborhood concerns about the business residential interactions? I think the answer to these questions matters a great deal to establishing a trusting ecosystem for commercial development.
You have 30 seconds.
The fundamental facts about NETA remain: it's a high volume business in a residential neighborhood, and closing at 8 p.m. strikes a balance between the needs of the business and the needs of the neighbors. Obviously, as Dan said, town meeting has the votes to extend the 8 p.m. hours to make them permanent, but please don't make everything run through warrant articles. You can strike the balance with your discretionary licensing authority. Not everything has to go through warrants. Thank
The
you.
next person signed up for public comment is Aon Wang. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Okay, yes, yeah, my name is A1 Wang. I'm like a town meeting member in precinct 8. So what happened right now, like even it's 2 or 3 miles away from the stores, like in my neighbors, especially during the night, sometimes there's a party. And during the weekend, especially during the weekend, the party can like ends around like 11 p.m. There's a loud noises everywhere. So like people like consuming marijuana, they are kind of going to the party. So if we right now it's like if we extend the hours later, it will be impact even further. The party can have more fun, like a few hours later, the delivery. Yeah, so I think the current like schedule would be a good balance already. And if we extend out further, that is not only impact the people around the store, it's also impact the people like around the whole town. The reason they would like to extend the hours because they want to sell to people that can consume that and enjoy more fun after midnight, which is not good for us. Yeah, so my point pretty much is like please be considered like the nuisance not only for the residents live nearby, is also the whole towns. That's my point.
The next person signed up for public comment is Catherine Anderson. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video and your 3 minutes will begin. Catherine, you are going to need to unmute.
Oh, sorry. It's Kat Anderson. I wanted to introduce my grandson, Leo, who's right here and who plans to attend the Pierce School. And as his mother did from kindergarten through 8th grade. And I just want to thank Bernard and Miriam. And I do hope the vote will be 5-0 to put the Pierce School override on the ballot in the winter. And I want to thank you for those beginning comments that were very reassuring that that is going to happen. And I look forward to volunteering and committing to campaign, as I always have, for overrides to benefit the town and the schools. Thank you.
This time there are 46 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment. Alaksamani did sign up in advance, but he is not responding to requests to be promoted. So if that changes, I'll let you know.
Great, thank you. So we will get through the miscellaneous agenda, and then the first thing that we have up is the NETA discussion, and we will see how that goes. So first, let's start with the miscellaneous. There are meeting minutes from July 12th, 2022. Any edits, comments, suggestions before I move them for approval? Seeing none, I will move approval of the meeting minutes from our July 12th meeting 2022. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Then I will read the rest of the miscellaneous. I move approval of consent to assign power purchase agreements and license agreements with Select Energy to NLX MA PV Portfolio 2 LLC and to execute notices of pilot agreement for the Brookline High School project, Corain Aquatic Center and Municipal Service Center solar arrays, and authorize the chair to sign on the town's behalf. Move approval for the authorization to hire request from the police department for a senior clerk typist. Moving approval for an authorization to hire request from the Council on Aging for a bus driver. Approving the filling of following 2 vacancies within the Department of Public Works, Parks and Open Space Division, Park Ranger and Gardener Laborer. Accepting a grant from the Massachusetts Department of Public Health Shared Services Grant awarded to the Brookline Health Department in the amount of $300,000. Accepting a grant in the amount of $75,000 from the Municipal Vulnerability Preparedness Program for the project Climate Crisis Action and Resilience Plan Update. Approving extra work order number 2 with Sumco Eco Contracting for Lars Anderson Lagoon Structure Project in the amount of $10,237. approving amendment number 4 in the amount of $1,647.12 with Miller Dyer Spear Architects related to hydrant flow test and report for the Pierce School project, approving change order number 3 in the amount of $15,225 with Lambrian Construction for the 3rd floor classrooms and quad renovations project, approving change order number 5 to the contract between the TOB and Skanska for the high school project, net amount $0, no change in contract price. Proclamation honoring Shobi Hoy on her 90th birthday. And finally, approving a temporary wine and malt beverages non-sales license to the Lars Anderson Auto Museum for a wedding to be held on August 6, 2022 from 6 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. at 15 Newton Street. 70 people expected to attend. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Alok is here.
Okay, let's hear from him before we turn it over to NETA for a quick presentation.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you, Devin. Hi, my name is Alok Samani. I serve on the advisory committee as well as the audit committee. I'm also appointed chair of the Warrant Article 7 Moderators Committee, which the town meeting voted to create at the fall 2021 town meeting. The purpose of the Warrant Article 7 Moderators Committee, along with the Warrant Article 9 Moderators Committee, is to study marijuana licensing and to propose an implementation plan that is designed to balance access, economic opportunity, and community safety. To have a plan based on review of the experiences of other towns in Massachusetts and across other states, and also to have a plan based on best practice. These moderator committees exist because Brookline residents showed up to oppose a warrant article proposing more licenses. We exist because the licenses already granted did not achieve the policy goals of our town. Expanding the operating hours, even if this is considered going back to pre-pandemic hours, should be paused until the moderator committees have had a chance to complete their important work, and should only be done with the support of the people who live in that neighborhood. To justify expanding the hours by saying this is what we did pre-pandemic would seem to disrespect the wishes of the residents of the neighborhood, and it seems to disrespect the will of the majority of Brookline residents as expressed through their town meeting members. It would seem that the executive branch, the select board, would want to pay attention to, respect, and give weight to actions taken by the legislative branch, which is town meeting, when making operating decisions for our town. Please do not expand the hours. Let us complete our work, study this topic, and return with a proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone from NETA?
You sure do. Hi there, you have Mimi here, Director of Inventory Management and Distribution, to speak on behalf of any delivery questions.
Anyone else that's going to speak on the change of hour request?
Yes, there should be Lauren Berm on the call. Somehow it looks like I am Lauren, but I am not, I promise you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Scott Thornton with Vanessa and Associates, just in case any traffic issues come up.
We ready to kick things off, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Great, thank you. For the record, my name is Robert Allen. I have a law practice 300 Washington Street in Brookline Village. Here representing NETA tonight. Lauren Berm is the Senior Director of External Relations for NETA. Scott introduced himself. He is our traffic consultant. We have Mimi Herrick is our Distribution Director, and Chris Fevery is the owner of Your Green Package Courier Service. Just as this board knows, the request is just related to the adult use, not the medical. That is separate. If I take it first, delivery hours, we want to change the current 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. hours to what is allowed by the CCC, which is 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. This increase will help our current courier compete with over 16 delivery companies that have 4 additional hours per day and have every right to deliver in Brookline, even though they have never been introduced to this board. I know this board was very supportive of our current courier Your Green package. As for NETA, the current closing hours are Monday through Saturday, 8 p.m. and Sunday to 6 p.m. Unlike what you might have heard, this is not about opening earlier in the morning, just extending our hours, closing hours for 1 hour. It's to expand 9 to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 7 p.m. on Sundays. We provided the board with a memo supporting the request, also laying out potential revenue figures for the additional hours, and we provided some supporting data late this afternoon to the board. My office has been involved with NETA from the very beginning, and when you look at where we started and where we are today, it's like night and day. Many of the issues you heard are no longer. I had an opportunity, I know you got a report from the Brookline Police Department, but I spoke with members of the police department today. Been very few, if any, complaints, requests for service. And the one consistent theme that came up is the huge reduction in customers that NETA is seeing compared particularly to when things started. So it's not these going back to old times. Those days are gone. Not that there's one, a place, dispensary on every street corner, but we're getting to a point where there's plenty of dispensaries around and a lot of competition. This request actually wasn't coming from us, but rather our customers. When you start to lose customers, you start to pay a lot more attention to what they're requesting in the suggestion box and what we're hearing from our employees, and we're hearing about additional hours. If you look at the surrounding areas, and I just mean looking at Newton and Cambridge and Boston, who we would call our competition, the average closing time is 9 p.m. Yes, there are some downtown Boston that close at 5 p.m. or 7 p.m. There's also some that stay open till 11 p.m., but the average you look at is 9 p.m., where we're closing at 8 p.m. We haven't had any issues with traffic, noise, parking, and that's mainly because NETA went from being the only show in town to one of many in the greater Boston area. And as the competition increased, the business decreased. I think this board knows that, this board's seen that. I don't see a reason why to refer this out to a committee. I don't necessarily see a reason why to delay this. Everything was filed in accordance with this board's requirements, standard procedure for filing. We have our team here. This is really about leveling the playing field and allow us to compete with our surrounding communities. And listen, the town also voted, have been always supportive of this. And we heard a lot of discussion tonight from Pierce School. One of the things that the town needs is more to figure out ways to generate more revenue. This is another way to generate more revenue. And it's not at the cost of the neighbors. This is not an issue anymore. This is just a business wanting to extend its hours by 1 hour, no different than a restaurant extending for 1 hour. It doesn't change the course of everything. It's a total different environment than what it was when NETA first opened. So I have our team here. We can answer any questions, and we're thankful for the opportunity to be here tonight.
Thank you. Mike Salmon.
Thank you. So I'm the select board liaison to the Cannabis Mitigation Committee, and I'll say right at the beginning that I would like the Cannabis Mitigation Committee to have a chance to discuss this matter. What I have heard from members of the committee who are reflecting back what they hear from their neighbors is that at 8 o'clock at night when NETA closes, it's not customers who are noisy, but rather the staff who come out and move things around and trash cans and so forth. And what they're concerned about is that this will simply be translated an hour later, and that begins to get rather late in the evening. I have spoken with Laura Berm and expressed that. And I understand that there is some discussion, or there will be some work done on changing the way staff handles things. And I think if we give this a little bit of time and we see whether in fact that change occurs, and then we get some feedback from the Cannabis Mitigation Committee, which is what we should be waiting for, that we'll be able to make a more informed decision.
Any other members of the board? John?
Thanks very much. Yeah, I just want to say that it seems to me that if we were to approve this for 9 p.m., there's no way we could say no to approving 9 p.m. for the three other operations in Brookline: Sanctuary Medicinals, Mission, Massachusetts, and ComAv Canna. And especially Mission, Massachusetts, and ComAv Canna. There are nearby residential streets involved behind those operations, but it's also true Sanctuary Medicinals, which has as neighbors to the rear Webster Street. And I know that there's some people from that area, Coolidge Corner area, that are also concerned. And I just don't, I'm not ready to have neighborhoods that are impacted by all four of our cannabis licensees deal with a 9 p.m. closing as opposed to an 8 p.m. closing. And nor am I ready to try to justify, giving one cannabis licensee an advantage over the other three. So that's just where I'm at right now. I think giving the Cannabis Mitigation Committee time to look at this is fine, but I did want to go on the record as to why I think that this is not advisable.
Any other comments from board members?
Madam Chair, if I could just speak just briefly, I
Sure.
understand if the board wants to refer, and that I get that. The one thing I would ask, particularly Mr. Sandman, because as the representative, is it possible to carve out the delivery service, which, it is a little bit different in that, there hasn't been many issues with it, and it's just delivery, and there are the companies delivering in our town that don't have the support of this board. They get 4 extra hours per day, and I know Chris is here, and just I would be remiss if I didn't see if that piece could be carved off.
Again,
Mike?
certainly I express, I thought about that myself. When this came forward, I thought, well, the delivery is a different matter. But I do think that we have a Cannabis Mitigation Committee. They're thoughtful people on the committee, and I would like to give them an opportunity to look at the whole picture. I think it's entirely possible that they'll end up being in favor of delivery. I don't want to speak for them. I haven't spoken to them, but it's possible that they'll end up supporting that, and it's not clear whether there'll be support for the store hours. The one thing I would say, and one thing I would ask, is the same thing that I asked previously when I talked to Laura, that we get a demonstration that the staff is observing the request to handle the outside duties that they have to clean up and close up no later than 8 o'clock, so that we'll know that that an extension won't create disturbance after 9.
I had a question, but when is the next meeting of the Cannabis Mitigation?
We meet on the first Tuesday or Thursday? Thursday, thank you. Thursday of every month, so we'll be meeting on the first Thursday in August.
Okay, August 4th, I believe.
Yep,
Right?
yep.
Okay.
We will reach out to the committee to try to get on the agenda.
Bernard.
Okay. The question for Mike.
Yep.
How does the noise that staff makes after closing time differ from the noise that restaurant staff would make? I mean, is there some difference there that?
No, the only thing I can tell you is that I'm not the liaison to the restaurant mitigation committee, nor is there one. The complaint has been made. You may very well be correct, but we haven't gotten a complaint from neighbors of restaurants. I will say that I live very close to Trader Joe's in Coolidge Corner, and Trader Joe's was restocking fairly late at night, and they actually reduced their by an hour. I believe they cut back by an hour and really went to some effort to reduce the amount of noise that they created because there's an 8 or
Yeah.
10-story apartment building across the street. And people were complaining about it. So when we have a complaint, it seems to me that it's appropriate for us to pay attention to it and see what can be done to reduce the problem.
No, I agree. We need to pay attention to it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're not treating restaurants differently than NETA for the exact same issues that they're
Right,
dealing with.
Right.
So,
Well, I suppose if we heard from neighbors of restaurants, we would respond in some fashion. We'd have to figure out what to do.
And we have from time to time
Yeah.
when they come to us
Yeah.
for entertainment
Mhm.
license. Miriam,
So I'm actually in favor of carving out the delivery
Mhm.
and I'm actually in favor of carving out the delivery piece
Mhm.
because I think, first of all, I really like the delivery model. I think it actually problem
Yeah.
solves a lot of the issues that people have a complaint about, which is pedestrian traffic, car traffic, noise. And I feel like it's a bit of a nice compromise here. So I would put that, in fact, we should carve out the delivery. I'm comfortable voting on that and then letting the Cannabis Mitigation Committee have their meeting and discuss the operating hours, which would have a more direct effect on the neighbors. I don't see how delivery has that kind of direct effect. And in fact, I think there's an argument to be made that delivery mitigates some of that by reducing foot traffic.
Hmm.
So I'm putting that up.
okay. Mike, did you want to say anything more? Why don't we take a straw poll as to how people are feeling about delivery,
Yeah.
voting on that tonight? Bernard, how do you feel?
I agree with Miriam on another matter. We agree. And with respect to the staff noise after closing hours, I mean, I'm a little concerned that, the problem is that NETA staff is making noise, not that there's noise. I know that was an issue with a lot of the complaints a couple of years ago, that the objection was to NETA or to a cannabis store. And while I can sympathize with, the neighbors' concerns, I cannot sympathize with that type of discriminatory treatment of a legal business. I mean, the restaurants make a lot of noise. I know that, from prior living.
So let me just assure you that personally, I am all in favor of retail sales of marijuana.
Yeah.
I have no compunctions whatsoever about saying that loud and clear. But on the other hand, we have a mechanism for dealing with this particular group of businesses. They're new. People need to get accommodated to the way they operate, and they need to get accommodated to working with neighborhoods.
Yeah.
That's
not objecting to
absolutely not an issue as
Yeah.
far as I'm concerned.
And I'm not objecting to letting the Cannabis Mitigation Committee address the issues of the hours for the store.
Yeah.
And all those other issues. But I do agree with Miriam on the delivery.
So let's hear from John about how he's feeling about the delivery voting tonight or postponement.
I think the idea that Mike initially suggested of the Cannabis Mitigation Committee looking at this before we come to a final decision is a good one. And the question that they could address, because I don't feel it's been defined here, is what exactly would an extension of delivery hours mean? How much coming and going would take place? Would there be a shift towards additional delivery that is not now being experienced at that location in a way that, makes what is the normal delivery traffic more than what is the normal delivery traffic? So I think we could take at least, one more meeting, in this case, the meeting of the Cannabis Mitigation Committee, to get some answers as to what does it mean to actually extend the hours of delivery.
So it feels like I may be the swing vote on this.
As usual.
So what I'll say is it's very difficult to assess what the potential impacts are, since we have data from before the pandemic, we have data from during the pandemic, but we don't really have any data about, okay, well, if we extend these delivery hours without adjusting the operating hours, what does that look like? And I find myself agreeing with Miriam that this could be a potential way to address a lot of the concerns, foot traffic
Mhm.
and other traffic, because you're creating a mechanism where one person goes in and a number of people are served through that one vehicle. So I kind of want to see what happens so that this committee, not only the moderators committee, but the cannabis mitigation will have some data to actually respond to, instead of basically like what your best guess is for something that is a complete unknown at this point. Any comments to what I just said?
Well, we do have a traffic report that was pretty much focused on customer traffic, not on delivery traffic. But you're right, we don't have data one way or the other. It does stand to reason that some customers at least would switch over if they don't have to run down to the store. They would switch over to delivery. The key is that the store staff has to be vigilant about making sure that the additional comings and goings, even if it's a delivery vehicle, don't cause a problem in the neighborhood.
Yes. So this might be a compromise. We don't address the operating hours. We allow the cannabis mitigation committee to talk amongst itself and make a recommendation to us. But I would like to see what happens with the delivery, to see whether or not this is something that moves us in a direction that we all want, or if this is something that turns out to not be, a good decision. We then can rescind it. We can also wait until December when they come back to us, for a license renewal. But I think that's additional data that both of these committees will then be able to make better decisions by having. Bernard.
Yeah, can we just rescind it if in 2 months?
Oh, yeah,
It's-
we can rescind it at any time. We're the licensing authority.
All right, but don't we have to have some basis?
We have to have a legal basis, and we have to give them, I believe, two months notice, 1 or 2 months. Yeah. Any other discussion? So I will move the proposal to change the delivery hours. I think the current hour, I will propose to change the delivery hours. Current hours are Sunday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. to the proposed delivery hours, Sunday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. We'll start with that, and then we will wait for a recommendation from the cannabis mitigation before changing operating hours at the store. All those in favor?
Okay, in favor of okay.
Of the
Delivery
just the-
hours, okay.
Yeah, expanding the, okay. John,
Can I ask for clarification? So we're adding 2 hours?
the current hours are 10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
10 a.m. to
No,
7 p.m.
sorry.
7 p.m.
It's, 2
Current,
hours.
yeah, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. They are, I believe it's 2 hours on either side.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm voting no, and only in that as I said before, I think that mitigation committee should hear this, and the neighbors should have a second chance to comment specifically on delivery.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
No,
and the chair votes aye.
Thank you all very much. We'll be in touch with the committee to see if we can get on their agenda.
Okay, thank
oh
you.
yes, you'll be on our agenda, most definitely, you can be sure of that.
Look forward to it, Mr. Sandman. Thank you. Have a good night.
So next, we will be taking up police authorization to hire personnel. Chief Gonzalez.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Select Board, and Mr. Kleckner. The Brookline Police Department is requesting authorization to hire 10 officers. We currently have 20 vacancies. I'm expecting another 4 vacancies within the next month and a half. 10 officers will allow us to process and onboard those candidates and come back to you if we're able to find additional projects and academies for that personnel.
Excellent. Any questions for the chief? I think the last time we went through this, we authorized maybe 6 and we got, what, 2?
Correct.
Okay. So it may look like a lot, but that's, I think, because we realize that not everyone will make it through and not everyone will choose to
That's
come on
correct.
board.
So the initial 10 of, we're hoping to get Brookline residents and veterans and disabled veterans. And if we have to request an additional list for out-of-town residents after that.
Okay. Any other questions before I move the authorization? Again, we don't have these people yet. This is just so that we can start to recruit people.
That is correct.
Just for the record, if Chief, if you tell us how many vacancies there are in the department, I think that would be helpful.
So we currently have 20, and I expect that number to climb to 24, 25 within the next month and a half.
Thank you.
So are you sure you want to stick with just 10?
Yeah, that's doing 10 for now allows the opportunity to process them, onboard them, and then find spots in academies. And then as soon as we process this, we'll be coming back for more because we do need the personnel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other discussion before I move the language to be voted? Okay, I move approval of authorizing the hiring of 10 police officers in the Brookline Police Department. All those in favor, Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Related but different police department policies. Speakers will be Linda Roseman and Jen Pastor of our Brookline Police Department.
Good evening, Select Board. I'm Linda Roseman. I am Chair of the Police Commissioners Advisory Committee and a town meeting member from Precinct 14. The Brookline Police Department has been reaccredited by the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Committee, and we have submitted for your approval, which you should have received on the 22nd of June, the updated handbook of policies and procedures, which has been approved as part of the accreditation process by the Accreditation Committee. The PCAC has been involved in the revision since our inception. Our working groups are looking at further revisions and updates that can be added going forward, as this is a living document. Any changes to the policy would, of course, be submitted to you for approval. The document before you, however, is the document that needs your signature in order to formally complete the accreditation process. It has come to our attention that some language needs to be updated, such as pronouns and the use of the word citizens, which should be changed to residents. I'm going to turn things over to Deputy Pastor for questions. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. As you're all aware, the Brookline Police Department was assessed for reaccreditation this past May by the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission. The assessment team found that after some minor changes were made to the verbiage of our policies and procedures, the department is in compliance with the over 339 applicable standards. We are therefore able to keep our accredited status. The changes that were made were done so to comply with these standards and also with the newly established post-commission regulations. They're very minor in nature. And again, we're done so publicly, transparently, and with the assistance of the PCAC. The complete edited versions have been provided to all of you. Thank you, Devin, for your assistance with that. And again, they were only minor or kind of grammatical in nature.
Any discussion or questions from board members? Ooh, I'll go with, okay, Miriam and then Bernard.
Well, I will admit, I did not read all, what, 400 pages?
No.
I mean, that's, yeah, but I did skim it, so kudos me. And I just want to be clear, you didn't reinvent the wheel. It sounds like you were just kind of updating and, okay, that was really what I wanted to know, because I saw a lot on ethics and behaviors and I was like, whoa. All right, so thank you for that clarification. And thank you. It's good to hear you're going to make those updates in terms of citizen and the pronouns.
Great. Bernard?
Yeah, not all police departments are accredited in this state. So we should be very proud that ours is, and very proud that in order to update the accreditation, we only had to make minor changes because the policies and procedures are very, very, what would you call it? Great. There's a better word, but very, very good. And well, I didn't read all 700 or whatever pages either, and no one probably has. But I think each of us. Well, okay, Jen has, and I've read through a large part of that over the years. But I think everyone should go through the index and just see what policies are most interesting or important to you. For example, I've always looked at the use of force policy because that, of course, is a hot issue nationwide. And what you can see is, I mean, they're just words, and words don't mean anything, but they're words that are used to train. And our use of force policy as one example, and there are many others, just shows how we are able to train our officers to deal with situations in a responsible and disciplined way to avoid the types of problems that you see in many police departments. Like I said, they're just words. So it really requires consistent training so that it becomes like, what's the word? Muscle memory. Muscle memory in the sense like typing is muscle memory of your fingers. So responding to situations the right way should be muscle memory in the same way. So anyway, let me just say one thing. Back after January 6th, I noticed that there were a lot of police officers involved as criminal insurrectionists at the Capitol. And I said, how can that be? Don't they swear an oath to the Constitution? I mean, sort of silly question, but, and then I looked at state law here in Massachusetts, and there is no requirement that police officers swear an oath to the Constitution of the United States. The Massachusetts Constitution, our bylaws, et cetera. And I worked with Chief Morgan at the time, and he was very cooperative in terms of changing that so that now in the policies, there is a requirement that the oath that officers take be an oath to the Constitution of the United States, not just to our bylaws and to the state constitution. And that is found at page 131 of the one place of the policies and procedures. And I urge everyone to sort of look at that and think about that in terms of what it implies or what it means in terms of the type of police department that we need in a time like today, and not just, in faraway places, but, we have issues like this in Massachusetts, but, unlikely that we have those issues here in Brookline. So those are my only comments.
Mike and then John?
So I haven't read the whole thing and committed it to memory yet. The operative word not being yet. But I did have a really interesting experience. Must have been about 3 years ago or so when the police department ran a program basically for civilians so that they could go through, get some experience with what police officers learn in terms of dealing with people who are mentally having a mental crisis. And it was really impressive to see that. And I would love to see you continue or resume that kind of offering. I think it's good for the officers. It's good for residents as well. So if that's something you can take up, that would be great.
John?
I just want to say I am really glad that we have a Police Commissioners Advisory Committee to sort of shepherd this process to us and join us in dealing with this requirement every year. I'm really glad we have Linda Roseman as the chair. And I am also really glad that we're welcoming Jennifer Pastor as a deputy superintendent. I think it might be the first meeting where you've maybe not attended as deputy superintendent.
In person.
In person. And thank the department and the committee for the work that they did to both fine tune the policies and also help us to come to this meeting tonight prepared to vote on the policies.
Thanks for all that. I also wanted to add just one other thing. I did mention that this is a living document. We've got 3 working groups that are working on different policies that are under scrutiny. And we're hoping to come before you on August 23rd to bring our revised version of the complaints policies and procedures that Judy Fabricant has been heading up. And I think you'll be very impressed with that. So that's coming attractions.
Can you,
Marty Rosenthal has asked to make a comment.
Yes.
Okay, Miriam first, and then Marty will get to you.
just because it's exactly related to what
Yeah.
you just said, can you tell me what the other 2 policies are?
Sure. One is on traffic stops, and in particular for minor mechanical issues. We're talking about the possibility of designing a postcard that someone would get rather than being stopped. Say your taillight is out, you would get a postcard that says, hey, your taillight is out. We saw you drove through Brookline. Be aware that this is you need to get it fixed. And, with the notion that perhaps, avoiding an interaction that's not necessary might be a good thing. The other one has to do with data collection and reporting of data. That's something that Kristen Singleton is working on with Ron Wilkinson, I think with a particular eye towards racial profiling and that sort of thing. So again, coming attractions.
Follow up. Okay.
Sorry. Just looking at page 126-6D on the mental health encounters, I guess I'm hoping there might be a subcommittee or there's something more there than these 3 lines to guide officers. Is that in the works?
It's not, but thanks for bringing that up. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Marty, you have up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your indulgence earlier on my sort of point of order. A couple of things just very quickly. First, I fully support the vote and accreditation, which, by the way, was one of 6 chapters in the 1987 report that some of you have heard me mention with me and Jeffrey Allen, and adopted 5-0 by the full board. So I'm very happy that happened a few years ago and that it's still happening. What I do want to talk about a little bit is the actual policies that I actually looked at some of the stuff because what struck me is there are, I think, about 700 pages of policies that have been adopted since 2017, which I was not aware of. And at least 3 of you up there know that I have occasionally, the last time might be 2019, harped upon the need for public input into police policies. And I was pretty mystified when these things got heard by the select board, if they ever did. It was a big emphasis in a 1987 report to have public hearings and public input, that general orders have to be issued approved at least by the select board after public input. And I'm not aware of any of that being done on some of these. Now, just one I want to mention quickly. I'm very happy to see a very recent one, which I'm puzzled why I didn't notice or hear about, on bias-free policing. But just as an example, I see 3 things in that I would have suggested had I seen it before. And not that I'm any genius, but I do have a history on police issues. When I wrote that report, I was a public defender administrator and an ACLU board member, and I have great interest in these issues. So I think that somebody needs to look at that question. How are these things being adopted? I'm very happy to welcome our new chief, and I call that to his attention as well, to look at the 1987 report, please. And other than that, the entire policy and procedure manual was something else that the Police Reform Committee looked at. I think there are many things in it that ought to be added, especially relative to still working on racial profiling prevention. And I will work with Linda on that and pass my comments on to her, as well as on the bias-free policy that was adopted sometime around January or February. And one last thing is that Linda mentioned changing citizen to resident. That's the kind of thing I would have noticed. Why not change it to people? Because there are plenty of non-residents that are affected by police. So anyway, that's it. Thank you very much for hearing from me.
Thank you. Any, Bernard?
Yeah, Miriam mentioned the mental health or page talks about mental health interactions. And there are a couple policies in here that deal in extensive, in excruciating detail on how police interact with people suffering from mental illness. And frankly, it's the police that have to do this, at least to stabilize the situation so that then the social workers or others can come in. So one of the things I believe is true, that we have one grant-funded social worker on staff, and I understand we may be getting another one soon, which I assume is grant-funded also. I mean, if that's even true. And I'd like you to talk about that, and also this board ought to think about making sure that these types of services are not grant-funded, but are part of our budget, because grants go away. And as I understand the role of the social workers in supporting the police officers in dealing with mental health crises and other crises, including domestic violence, where you're not going to send a civilian, at least in the first instance, their role is very important. So talk about that a little bit.
I'm afraid you might have opened up a can of worms without realizing it. However, I will do my best to kind of get the worms back in. We do have a very generous grant from the Department of Mental Health, funds our CIT program, our LICSW, as well as our admin assistant for that program. That grant specifically funds us as a county-wide, like County Plus, because it includes Boston and Newton, to make us a training and technical assistance center for crisis intervention teams, for helping officers learn techniques to help with de-escalation, recognizing signs and symptoms of somebody in mental health crisis. So Annabelle is our LICSW, and she responds to calls and does follow-ups when she's not doing, assigned to those responsibilities in that other role. We are in the pipeline for a second grant for a true co-responder from the Department of Mental Health, but it's something I would need to talk to all of you about maybe at a later meeting. There's some kind of technical red tape issues that we just need to work through, and I'm confident that we can do it, but we should have a conversation about how we need to get that done. And the idea behind that would be to have a true co-responder, somebody who's an LICSW, who would work the evening shift, probably like an impact shift, maybe 2 to 10, 3 to 11. There's a little bit of flexibility, but that's really when we see the bulk. We've looked at the data. That's when our calls are coming in for that need. And we would likely assign that clinician to an officer in the community service division to be out there able to respond to calls townwide as needed.
Okay.
So I'm glad you asked the question, but it's a
I
long.
apologize if I opened up a can of worms or
We're putting it back.
whatever, put it back.
Yeah.
But, it's important for people to understand, the role that, non-officers play in ensuring that once the situation is stabilized, the people who are involved can get the assistance they need, which is, often mental health services, social work services, et cetera. So.
Miriam?
Can of worms opened. I'll keep it short. I agree. I don't think these should be grant funded positions. I agree. We need social workers. I don't agree they have to be in the police department. And I just think Bernard and I will definitely agree to disagree on this, but I just want to put it out there. I think there are better options for social workers to do their job, not in the police department. So I've said that.
Mike?
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask what and this may be more of a question for Linda. what what's the status of the of looking at a program like Cahoots to merge the social service side of this and the policing side of this?
That's probably a question for you guys.
Mel.
I don't
That's
know.
that's really a question for Mel.
That's a question for the
Okay.
administrator, I think, not for us. So.
Sure, well, as you recall, the police reimagining committee did recommend the study of the Coots model. And we've been just kind of struggling to find out what, whether that's really Cahoots. And I think we've determined that it's really it's going to be more organic than that. There's not a model that fits everybody. And there's a lot of communities that have begun to explore this and some that have actually implemented things. I will tell you that there's a significant disagreement of many parties about how that ought to be organized. It's not a simple one, and I think that's where the can of worms is open. So we're studying that, and not as quickly as we'd like. But.
Right. I certainly appreciate having served on the task force to reimagine policing, and I certainly realize that that it is an area where there's considerable controversy, disagreement. I do think we need to keep moving if we possibly can. Spend some effort on at least bringing the issues forward so that we can take a look at whether or not we want to create a program here, whether we want to model it after something, whether we want to leave it entirely with the police department.
John, and then I believe I see a member of the public who wishes to speak.
I think Jen has something to say.
Yeah, it just,
Okay. John first and then Jen and then.
I wish to
Ryan.
raise the point that I don't think this discussion is on our agenda, and I don't think we should be having it. So I would like to move to a vote to accept the policy manual as presented to us.
Jen,
thank you. I would have, maybe to close it, just add that, if we were to look ahead and we get this grant from the Department of Mental Health, it's a very specific grant opportunity that's available to police departments for a co-responder for jail diversion efforts. So it wouldn't take away the possibility of any other agency in town seeking out their own social workers, in additional support staff. We need all the help we can get. So I think
whenever
both
you
those-
have information to bring to the board, just let Devin know and she'll get it before us.
Great.
Ryan, did you still want to make a public comment?
I can be very brief. Thank you. Ryan Black, he, him, his, resident of Precinct 6. Firstly, thank you and welcome to the board, Select Board Member Sandman. I appreciate you raising the points about Cahoots. I really kind of just wanted to raise a point of clarification because I do vividly remember last summer that this board, following the report issued by the Task Force to Reimagine Policing, you did take an explicit vote to, I think, at least look into Cahoots. And I think a lot of people would reasonably expect a public process, like engaging Cahoots, maybe some sort of public meeting, like a few public meetings back and forth. So I think that would just be a bit of good governance to explore that process and really kind of see, like, of course, we can't do one-to-one what Cahoots does in Oregon, but perhaps we can craft something that is a Brookline Cahoots that then other communities that are more similar to Brookline can then look to. And to go back even further, to the summer of 2020, I think this board's attitude at the time when it took the votes to establish the Task Force to Reimagine Policing was to explore these alternatives as opposed to taking any immediate cuts. And I think it would really, just in the spirit of sticking to those votes, to, I think, as seriously and as publicly as possible, to really consider the alternatives that came out of that process that started in the summer of 2020 would be the best route to go down. But yeah, I just wanted to bring up those 2 points. Thank you.
Any other discussion before I move the language to update the police department policies and procedures handbook? Bernard?
Yeah, at some point, not now, but as we have this discussion, which was not just about Cahoots, it was about social service supports across the board. It would be useful to just let people know what we currently have in place that is a model similar to Cahoots, but geared to Boston area and the Commonwealth, the BEST program, for example, and other programs that we currently have. I don't think people really have a clear understanding of what we currently have in place and how they operate. Need more money, they need more support, but they are incredibly helpful programs that we have in not just in the Boston area, but in the Commonwealth that we need to take more advantage of. So.
And we are keeping a close eye too. That's rapidly changing with the behavioral health roadmap that's being rolled out this year, the rollout of 988. We're keeping a close eye on all those things, how they roll out and how they impact our agency specifically.
Any other comments before I move the language about the handbook?
Thank you.
That's a very important modifier.
Well, all this is in the handbook.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm just going to move it. I move approval of the Police Department Policies and Procedures Handbook as presented by Deputy Superintendent Pastor. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, a little behind schedule, but not much. We've got 2 interviews for Parks and Recreation Commission. Devin, do you know which one we're going to take up first?
We are going to start with Arlene Hill. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable.
So I'd like to keep this to maximum 3 questions, just because we are moving a little slower than usual.
Hi, Arlene. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, how are you all?
Very good.
It
So if you wanna-
sounds it.
If you want to just tell us a little bit about yourself and then why you're interested in serving. Try to
Sure,
keep-
I raised 8 kids. I know that to be a good community, you have to have people that give back to the community. I live in the projects down here at High and Cypress in the family units. I come from a large family, but a traumatic family, and I really know that you need people to care. You need families and adults and healthy people to reach out to people, the kids, and watch what's happening. Be aware, be involved. You have to. And I'd like to be that now. I'm a grown up. It's my time to give.
Great, very succinct. Thank you. Questions for Arlene? Miriam?
Thank you. Arlene, thank you very much for applying. I was looking at your application and I read your letter. And I thought it was very interesting, your therapeutic foster parenting experience and your Access Health program. And I would just like to hear from you a little bit about what you think Park and Rec can offer trauma kids especially, that would be helpful for us to think about.
Well, one thing I noticed that you guys have Taekwondo. I'm so glad and so proud that Brookline's Recreation Department would give that, because kids who come from trauma don't have boundaries, don't have experience with handling emotions. Taekwondo is a perfect sport for that, and you don't have to be with other people. It's alone with you and your counselor, your teacher. So that's really good. Kids with trauma need space. They need to have the time to learn to trust, to see that you will do what you say. And you need to make sure there are people there that will do what they say. When I was a kid, institutions left me high and dry. I didn't have what I should have had. So I know that. So I want to make sure
Devin, does she know that we can't hear?
I'm working on it.
Oh, no, I didn't know. You
Great,
can't-
thank you. We're just having some technical difficulties on our end, but we do have a transcript so we can
Oh,
see.
okay. Sorry.
No worries. Any other questions
Oh, no, I could pull it up
for
online.
Arlene? I really like the background. Are those clouds? Did you do that
Yeah,
yourself?
I did. Yes, that's my painting.
Excellent. Any other questions for Arlene? Well, we won't be making a decision here tonight. Thank you so much for your interest, and we will
Okay.
let you know.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Sean O'Neill was not able to join us this evening. Just asked that you take her application under consideration and this board did interview her a few months ago for the CDICR.
She's on 2 committees currently.
Yes, yep. So that would conclude all of the applicants for the Park and Recreation Commission at this
Great.
time. So you could take a vote at your next meeting if you're
Okay.
ready.
She
Kimberly
withdrew-
has withdrawn her application.
But we do have one more interview here tonight for the Economic Development Advisory Board.
She's here.
Okay, great.
Good evening.
Good evening. Is it Zena?
It's Zaina Talje.
Great. If you just want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving on this particular board, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Select Board. My name is Zaina Talje, and I'm happy to be here this evening. My interest in serving on EDAB stems from sort of the universal desire as a citizen of Brookline since about 2002 to serve and give back. I would be serving by really making use of my professional career in real estate investment and development of the last 2.5 decades to bring a perspective around how we can encourage commercial uses in Brookline per EDAB's mandate. I'm also a business owner and know what's involved in running a reasonably small business, and would be bringing really a wide range of perspective for EDAB issues that are being reviewed, ranging from large scale commercial projects to really smaller scale opportunities that present themselves to the EDAB board.
Great. Any questions? Mike?
I just want to say you have just an amazingly deep resume, CV in this field. It's really very impressive, and say thank you for applying.
Thank you so much. It takes a few decades, but if you stick it out, you'll get there.
How did you hear about the opportunity and this board?
Yeah, I actually was not aware of it. I was contacted by Cara Booten to be an advisor, a consultant on the Boylston Street corridor upzoning. And I typically don't really, frankly, have a lot of time to do consulting work, but I really wanted to do it because it was Brookline, it was my town. And through Cara, I got to meet a lot of the members of EDAB and really realized that I'd been missing out, that there was a place where someone with my skill set might really fit in quite seamlessly. So it was very fortuitous that that happened.
Great. Well, thank you to Kara Bruton. John.
Hello, Zaina, and yes, I'm saying this as the chair of the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee. Zaina did economic analysis for our work, and we were so glad when she came along because we had lost the services of our prior economic analyst. And Zaina really helped to spell out facts and clarify issues for members of that committee. So Zaina, it's very welcome. I'm very pleased to see that you're applying for this position.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your interest. We will not be making a decision tonight, but we will be hopefully making a decision soon. So
Wonderful.
Stay tuned.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 license agenda items, but we were supposed to start our listening session for the town administrator position at 7:15. How many people have indicated that they wish to make comment, Devin?
Only 3 at this point.
Okay. So what do members of the board want to do? Should we follow the agenda or should we skip around
I prefer to skip to the
To the-
feedback.
to the feedback? Okay.
Okay, except that the public hearing is 7 o'clock. I mean, are the people who were expecting to,
Okay, so
Or
we'll
with
take the 7 o'clock public hearing.
So that was the in holder and they have withdrawn.
Okay.
no, there's
All
no-
alcohol
there's a-
license transfer public
The
hearing,
Thai restaurant.
Okay.
Thai Bistro.
Yep.
Okay, we'll do that and then we'll,
I did
Go
already
to the
promote
listening.
this other license holder.
sorry.
I did already promote this other person.
Well, but they're the ones who dropped out.
No.
No, we have a whole bunch of
Oh,
license
vendor
vendors.
license.
I misspoke. I misspoke. I misspoke.
Okay. So okay, let's go to the 7 PM. It's agenda item 16. And I apologize to other license holders.
No, 16.
16.
Yeah, the
15
agenda's
withdrew.
been moved around.
Okay, so I have the folks here for the Pond Thai Bistro.
Yes, we are here. Good
Great.
evening, board. Can you hear us? Can you see us?
Yes.
Great. My name is Yi Chen Zhang. I covered Attorney Algan today. So Mr. Hay, Ms. Hay and Mr. Neve are here today. So we are seeking approval for a transfer of an all alcoholic beverage restaurant license from Civica Restaurant Group to Apsara at 213 Washington Street, Brookline, Massachusetts. The proposed manager will be Bonthari Hay, and the proposed seating is 28. The proposed operation hours are Monday to Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for lunch, 4 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. for dinner. And also the proposed alcoholic beverage service time from Monday to Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for lunch, 4 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. for dinner. Also, please note, this is a resubmission of the alcoholic beverage license. In the last board meeting, June, the alcohol category was incorrect. Therefore, it was denied. That's the reason this time they have corrected the license category. The category is all alcoholic beverage. Also, we have published legal notice and also notify all abutters again as required. Therefore, today, we really appreciate the board's approval. Thank you.
Great. It really sounds like you took the feedback to heart and dotted your i's and crossed your t's with this application. Any questions for this license applicant? Are these hours similar to what the past?
Yes, they are exactly the same.
Thank you. Are we ready to vote?
I'm ready.
Okay. I will move approval of the application for a transfer of an all alcohol beverage restaurant license
Wait,
from,
is this a public hearing?
oh,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is a
yeah,
public
yeah,
hearing.
yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Hmm.
Any
At this-
members of the public?
At this time, there are 47 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
So I have opened the public hearing. I will now close the public hearing. I will now move to vote the language. I move approving the application for a transfer of an all alcohol beverage restaurant license from Civica Restaurant Group doing business as Pond Thai Bistro to Apsara LLC doing business as Malays Thai Restaurant at 213 Washington Street, Brookline, Massachusetts. Proposed manager will be Bonthari Hay. The proposed seating is 28. Proposed operating hours are Monday to Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. lunchtime, 4 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. dinner time. And proposed alcohol beverage service hours are Monday to Sunday, 11:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to be entering into the listening session for the town administrator position. We had candidates come and interview on the 12th. And something that I know would be helpful for me is discussion around values or skill sets and traits rather than about individual people. We did have one candidate withdraw, so it is now down to 2. Our consultant, Bernie Lynch, is in the audience and can help us answer any questions that may arise from public comment. Anybody signed up?
Yes, the first person signed up is Kathleen Cavell. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Cavell. I'm a town meeting member in Precinct 1. I'm delighted to have a chance to talk to you about this important decision that you will be voting soon, if not tonight. I had the honor to serve for 7 years on Governor Deval Patrick's Judicial Nominating Commission, the 21 lawyers who review applications for judgeships from attorneys and interview the attorneys whose applications are most promising. And we also talked to communities that were familiar with judicial candidates to get a sense of how they were respected or not in their, not just their legal community, but in their community of residents as well, and people who were familiar with them in all sorts of different ways. I just put in a little plug for the rule of thumb that I used and many of us used, which was we wanted people who were respectful and treated everyone with kindness, dignity, and respect. Treated the janitor the same way they treated or would treat the chief judge. I've therefore read a lot of cover letters, and I've seen a lot of judicial applicants and lawyers applying for all sorts of important work. I was completely impressed, even knocked out by Charles Carey's cover letter, as was your select woman, your select board member, Miriam Ashkenazi, from her own statement to him. And I thought his application, his credentials, and his interview were outstanding. Having listened to many and interviewed many attorneys, I found him to be one of the most talented and well prepared, I guess I'd say, of all of those attorneys I'd come across. I liked the other candidate, George Ramirez, very much. I thought he was also very talented, but I felt that Charles Carey was, given his experience running a program in, of all places, New York City, where I grew up, and where nobody would say working in government is a piece of cake, handling a budget that was larger in the post-Sandy recovery than Brookline's, and answering questions about equity, diversity, and fairness, inclusivity, the way he did. I found him to be an outstanding candidate, and one we're lucky enough to have, because I think, because his family's relocated. And I hope that you will agree with me. I hope you will vote favorably on his application. And I thank you for listening to me tonight. That's it.
Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Marty Rosendahl. Marty, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Yes, thank you. Well, I have to respectfully disagree with Kathleen. I agree that Mr. Carey's interview was excellent. His written material is excellent, but I'm not a big fan of that or even references that are self-selected. I've done lots of hiring. I've even applied for some positions. I even applied once, erroneously, I think, to be a judge. But I think that what troubles me is that the two finalists right now, I just see their experience and credentials as being not terribly helpful for this position, the most important position in the town. They certainly don't know the town, and the management and fiscal leadership issues I don't see as being there. And I was very disappointed Jennifer dropped out. I really see this entire process as being not just a comedy, but a tragicomedy of not just mistakes, but also accidents. And I don't know why Jennifer dropped out. I thought she would be the strongest candidate. And I'm troubled by where you are right now in terms of this most important position in the town, especially if Melissa leaves. And so my suggestion, frankly, with all respect to the two remaining candidates, is that you wait and try to, first of all, see if Melissa gets the job in Milton. I honor her desire to apply for it. If she gets it, I wish her the best. But frankly, selfishly for the town, I kind of hope she doesn't. And I hope that you could renew the process and let her apply and try to compare her credentials with the two remaining candidates. But the bottom line is I'm not that confident in either of the two candidates based on what I know. I'm sorry to say that to them. So I'm suggesting that you hold off and that you not merely say, well, we had a process and we have to honor it. This position is much too important for that to be the main reason to select someone either tonight or in 2 weeks, whatever it is. Those are my only comments, and I'm glad I'm not sitting up there like I was in 1985 to 1988, because you've got a very difficult job. I've known 3 and worked with and under 3 town administrators. They've all been fabulous, but they all came with more experience, pertinent experience, than the 2 gentlemen that you have right now. And with Justin possibly leaving and Melissa possibly leaving, I'm very worried about what's going to happen. So I'll leave it at that, and I wish you the best.
Next person signed up for public comment is Ernie Fry. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you. I must agree with most of the comments that Marty has just voiced. I feel that this process was terribly rushed, and I have a lot of information regarding the information as to why I think it was rushed. But let me just say that there's a couple of things specifically that bother me. That only 13 candidates responded to the solicitation is troubling to me. I believe this points to the perceived rush to get through the process prior to the expiration of Mel's contract.
Had this process begun earlier, more candidates might have applied. In the end, we have candidates designated to succeed now, and Community Paradigm and the screening panel did their jobs well. It is unfortunate that the successful candidate will not have the depth of experience that Mel brought to us in 2012. Mel had many years of experience as administrator or manager for many Massachusetts towns, and Brookline has benefited from that experience. Thank you for the select board for this listening session. And despite what is suggested in the agenda for this meeting, I hope the select board will, as previously announced, delay the selection of the successful candidate until such time as the items that have been raised by Marty are able to be addressed. I think more people from the community must participate in this process, and there must be a timetable that is appropriate to the importance of the selection of this filling of this position. I believe that we need more time in order to complete the process, and I hope that there might be another way to approach and resolve this. I'll end there.
At this time, there are 46 attendees. No one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature. I'm promoting Tim Sullivan. Looks like Deborah Brown accepted the panelist promotion first. So Deborah, go right ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Hi, my name's Deborah Brown. And first I wanted to start out by saying that, anybody that really sort of follows hiring demographics knows that, there's an aging workforce out there. And the opportunities to get the super duper have become tougher, because much like Mel has decided, maybe he wants to do something different. That's the problem. And so I don't know that it would have mattered if the search had lasted 3 months. I think that we'd be stuck in the same position. But what I wanted to say is that as y'all go through the process, for this chief executive, I would ask that you consider the person's values, their experience, as well as their core competencies. And when I start thinking about those things, somebody that can lead change, who's creative and innovative, who's flexible as well as resilient, is a strategic thinker, and can offer a vision for Brookline. We need somebody who's going to be able to lead people. We have a workforce that a lot of days just does not feel appreciated. We need succession planning, someone that can literally look behind them and say, these are the next 3 people that need to be moving up. We need somebody that understands outcomes and is really committed to results. And that means, being a bit of an entrepreneur, being decisive, and really being clear about, the problems that they're trying to solve. They're going to need business acumen. They need to understand our bonding situation, understand financial management inside and out. And, that one, I'm not sure where we are. Building coalitions. Brookline is an interesting place in the sense that you have lots of little groups, and sometimes there's not the overlap that there should be. And I would hope that a good town manager would have the time and the bandwidth to, to create those sort of, and I'll use the S word, synergies, so that instead of it being discrete pockets of people having their own individual goals and objectives, that we can get more people, sharing common objectives. Last thing that I'm going to throw in here is that whoever you hire, I am pleading that one of the things that you as a select board come up with is a strategic plan, so that over the next 3 to 5 years, we have a sense of the direction that we're headed. And I know that's a tough thing to do, but I would implore you to do it. So you've got a tough road ahead of you, and thank you for taking this on.
The next person signed up for public comment is Tim Sullivan. You can unmute and your 3 minutes will begin.
Great, thanks so much. I served on the Override Study Committee and told myself I'd try to show up to meetings like this once a year and just start by thanking you all for what you do. It's hard work. It's really appreciated. These are challenging times, especially during COVID. So I want to start by saying thank you. And also congratulations. Look, you're down to 3 and I think now 2 excellent candidates. I grew up in Brookline. I was raised here. I live here. I've been a town meeting member and served on a number of boards and study groups and the like. Professionally, I spent 25 years in state government in the budget, finance, and kind of executive leadership roles in the state. So my reflections here are kind of reflections on my state experience and thinking about recruiting, but trying to apply them to the town situation. And I just want to reflect on kind of 2 things in particular. I think, and some of these have been covered, but which is helpful. First, look, Brookline has a really strong legacy of hiring excellent deputy and assistant town administrators and then not promoting them. And those folks have gone on to do big things, right? Like Sean Cronin was a great deputy town administrator and has done incredible work for the state. So there's this kind of interesting legacy of having strong bench and then not using it. So this concept of succession planning, I think, is really important as you think about stuff over the long term. On the other hand, Brookline has kind of a legacy of hiring experienced town administrators to come in and take the position, but generally they do that as kind of the highlight or towards the end of their career. And no disrespect, they've been great at their jobs. And Mel, I wish you nothing but the best. Your loss is going to be felt. But I do think one of the questions people think about when they go for a job is what happened to the person that was in the job before that? And so I actually think the town should take some heed of that and think about that as a recruiting tool. As somebody who served in senior state positions at a relatively young age, I would encourage you to be open to candidates who may not necessarily are going to sort of stay here and end their career as town administrator, but might be people who come here and bring a dynamic sense of change, who might be rising stars. I think who can help everyone think differently about the position, about what it can do, and also to help position this differently for the future. So in future plans, people say, wow, I can really, like people have seen in the deputy town administrator position, wow, I can really go someplace from that. I don't think we should look at that negatively. I think we should look at that positively. And I also think we should consider trying, when we build a deep bench, doing a little bit better in the future to try to make those people know that they can be promoted. And that's just not this cycle, that's several cycles where we've had really deep benches and haven't gone to them. So those are my thoughts on wisdom of trying to hire difficult positions. You have a tough choice before you. I wish you the best of luck on it. What you do is important for Brookline. And I'll just say, relative to comments I've heard, I think delaying the process here would be a huge mistake. I mean, I think if people are concerned that you haven't had a process that's generated strong candidates, the worst thing you could possibly do is to try to somehow scrap that. I think that will put that'll work against all the things I described before about what the kinds of things you do to get good candidates for this job. So again, thank you, best of luck, and appreciate the time.
The next person signed up for public comment is in person, and it is Ryan Black.
Hi again, Select Board, Ryan Black, he, him. I'm a resident of Precinct 6. I would like to encourage the board to not, as an NOT, restart the hiring process, particularly given a time when we are losing high-level, talented public servants. See the recent loss at the library. I think it sets a bad precedent to talented civil servants who have explicitly expressed interest in joining our municipal government to turn around and say to them, you were great, but sorry, we're going to punt for another few months and very likely consider a new pool of candidates that doesn't include you. If this board does that with this round of the process, why wouldn't future candidates just think, gee, if there's a chance they don't even make a yes or no decision at the end of this long process, why would I subject myself to this? And To be particularly blunt, it's hard not to interpret a lot of the ink spilled in opinions voiced about this town administrator hiring process to not so much be about the process itself, but the outcome of the process. It really feels as if people are trying to be sly and package political disagreements as instead hand-wringing about the process, because there was nothing deficient or out of the ordinary about this hiring process. So I'd like to encourage folks to not do that. Having political disagreements is fine, and to be honest, a lot of the discussions we have around town policy will be far healthier if we're just honest about where we're coming from, that folks feel X or Y because of their political beliefs, not because of quote-unquote process complaints that were reverse engineered. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Bonnie Bastian. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, everybody. Bonnie Bastian, town meeting member in Precinct 5. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening.
Bonnie, hold off. We really can't hear you.
Oh. Hello, can you hear me?
No.
No?
Still can't hear you.
Hold on. It's probably on our end.
Working on it.
Yeah. I'll let you know when to start speaking again.
Okay.
Oh, can you say your name again?
Bonnie Bastian, town meeting member
Great.
Precinct 5.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak this evening. I want to thank the select board and the consulting group and any group that was participating in this search for trying to find a replacement for Mel, which is no small effort for the committees or the people who will stand in his shoes. I support not redoing this search process. I took the time to read up on Mr. Carey and was able to meet with him in person to ask questions and get a feel because that position is a collaborative position and you need to, sit with people. What I found is someone who had thoroughly done their homework about Brookline and other issues and was deeply listening to me about what I thought were some of the struggles that we have in the town. I saw someone with some solid ideas to address our issues and our struggles, like affordable housing. He showed up with some solid ideas, some solutions, which I can't say for other candidates. He also has a firm understanding of equity issues, which is critical in my view. He managed an enormous budget for the recovery program after Hurricane Sandy in New York City and has been lauded as a fantastic manager, problem solver, and a talented negotiator. He's motivated by the opportunity to rise to this challenge, and a challenge it will be if we lose Melissa Goff and Justin Casanova Davis together. There is not another candidate that will take this position and not find it enormously challenging. So I'm encouraged by the idea of someone coming in hungry to take on this challenge. Whoa, you still there? Hello?
Try it again, Bonnie.
Okay.
We have most of it.
You got most of it.
Yeah, you ended at find this
Taking on the challenge.
Okay, taking on the challenge. Yes, I am encouraged by the idea of someone hungry to take this challenge, someone that really does their homework to thoroughly understand the issues. I want someone who has a vision, as Deborah Brown said, and I believe Charles Carey has the capacity to develop a vision and lead in this way. I was impressed by the fact that he took time to speak with people across Brookline in different political camps to get a feel for what he is walking into. I didn't get an invite from anybody else. So I'm very, very impressed with that. And I very much hope that we go with Charles Carey. And I thank you all for the work that you did to find our candidates. Thank you.
The next person signed up for comment is Chi Chi Wu. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
My audio coming through? No.
Oh, dear.
Try it one more time, Chi.
By now, is my audio coming through?
Yes, much better.
Okay, great. Chi Wu, town meeting member in precinct 7. And I just want to echo some of the comments of the previous speakers. Brookline is a town that, number one, is, I think, at a crossroads, has some incredibly difficult issues facing it financially and politically in terms of the large projects we have to tangle, our structural deficit, that we're losing department heads because we're not able to pay them adequately. We are also a town that has a lot of political differences. And we are a town that is, you know, frankly, members of the select board have discussed it themselves. It may have outgrown this town form of government with over 250 incredibly opinionated people who all feel like they have a say in how this town should be governed. But this particular decision, the hiring of a town administrator, it's your decision. This is your job. And, you know, first of all, I want to thank you for being select board members and serving on the role in this incredibly difficult town to govern. I know I've had differences of opinion with some of you, but you're all basically volunteers, and it's a heck of a lot of work. And I'm glad you're willing to do it. And I'm glad this process has led to 2 qualified candidates who are willing to take on the position. And I don't think that there should be any delay in appointing a town administrator for the very reasons that others have stated. We are a town facing a lot of difficult situations. We need someone to hit the ground running. And you've got candidates who are willing to serve in that role and are qualified to do it. I too have talked to Mr. Carey and been very impressed about how he's willing to reach out and listen across the political spectrum. But it's your job and your job alone to select this, regardless of what some other town meeting members may think. And I think you've done a great job of involving the public and being transparent, opening the interviews to the public and having this listening session. And I commend you for that. And I think you should make a decision, because I don't think Brookline can afford to wait. So thank you.
At this time, there are 46 attendees. If anyone would like to make a comment, they can use the Q&A or hand raise feature. I see Paul Warren promoting you now. Hi, Paul. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. First, I want to say thank you to the select board in holding this listening session 2 weeks ago, or maybe 2.5. I came before you and asked that you include a public feedback session. And I think it's important. And I want to join the voices of Chi and Bonnie and others, and stating that Charles is an individual that seems to reach out to many people. He reached out to me the evening that I asked you for a public comment session. I did have coffee with him, and I was very impressed. He's an individual that understands a wide, diverse set of opinions, and I think that he brings a perspective that we need, similar to the perspective that we, in hiring an outside candidate for the police chief, I think we need an outside perspective. And I was very impressed with Charles's interview, his cover letter, but more importantly, I was very impressed with his conversation. He is a genuine individual. He connects with people, he understands people, and he asks thoughtful questions about where you are, and he meets you where you are. And I think Brookline needs that. So I think that he has many qualifications, including budgetary, leadership, management, and engagement. And I would encourage you to move forward with Charles Carey. And I hope that he would find a way to become our next town administrator. Thank you so much.
At this time, there are 46 attendees. Folks interested in making public comment can use the hand raise or Q&A feature. Trying to fake me out, Miriam?
No, that's just, is it down or?
No, it's down.
Well, speaking about Miriam, we did put and possible vote.
Yeah.
Did you want to discuss that?
So first, I want to own that because I know some people were questioning that. I asked Heather to put and possible vote on the agenda, and I thank you for doing that. And I know I may not, my fellow select board members may not agree with me. So we can discuss this, but I feel comfortable taking a vote, especially after what I've heard tonight, because essentially it affirms what I think. It's always nice to have what you think affirmed. I would like to move forward this as soon as possible because I think the more overlap we have, I don't want to lose a good candidate. I do think there's a good candidate here. So I'm comfortable voting. I would like to see if other select board members feel the same way. Totally understand if you do not want to do that, but I do want to own that that was something I wanted us to discuss.
Mike?
Yeah, I think it's interesting to hear the public comments. I'm a little startled to hear Paul Warren and Chi and in agreement. That it tells you something about the power of somebody who's impressive and took the time to speak to both of them. But I think we promised the public that we would wait 2 weeks, that we would delay for 2 weeks in order to have this session. And I think we need to wait the 2 week period until August 9th.
Bernard?
I agree. We with Mike. And I'm also shocked that Paul Warren and Chi Wu agree on something. It's almost as shocking as me agreeing with Miriam here.
I think it was twice this evening.
Twice. Again, next we'll see pigs flying. I don't know. I agree with Mike that, we really promised the community that we would listen to them, and listening is not just letting it come in and then going off and doing what we want to do, but rather listening and digesting. You're thinking about what people said, not necessarily because it's going to change your mind, but may just give you a deeper understanding of what questions you may want to ask still, or what issues you want to make sure we are thinking about as the new town administrator comes on board. So I would oppose voting tonight for that reason.
John?
In the spirit of compromise, I would like to suggest, and I hope that my colleagues are flexible enough to add a meeting to our schedule. I'd like to suggest that we meet next Tuesday to take a vote on this. I do respect the reasons Mike and Bernard offered. I also acknowledge that we told the public we would vote on August 9th. I think the public will forgive us if we vote 1 week earlier, given that there is a lot sort of at stake here. There's a lot at risk here. And I don't want to take any more risk than I can avoid when it comes to, if we're ready to make a decision and we have a candidate who is ready to get started, that we should move ahead as quickly as we reasonably can. And I think 1 week from today is reasonable. I don't think we have to fill up the agenda with a lot of other business. And that way, I think we're sort of on the middle ground between what Miriam would like to see happen and what Bernard and Mike would like to see happen.
So I agree with Mike about, when we say that we're going to do something on a date, we owe it to the public to stick to the original date, especially since it is the summer. A lot of people are not really paying attention. It sounds good to just put another meeting on the calendar, but we forget that it's not just the 5 of us. There's staff support. There's big. So we will now have given them less than a week's notice that we're planning on meeting. I think that's a little unfair. People have made vacation plans. I'm certainly open to it if the other board members feel strongly, but it is not as simple as just the 5 of us jumping on a Zoom. There are a whole lot of people behind the scenes during our meetings that are troubleshooting the sound quality. So let's not be dismissive about requiring all of those people to come on a night that they were not planning to originally in August. Bernard.
Yeah, and I'd just like to emphasize, I don't think that waiting until the time that we set and that the candidates know is the date for our vote is going to make a difference. I mean, I think these are serious people who know that there is a process and that, they're willing and that they have to wait for it to play out. And, so I don't think that that's an issue that should determine what we do. So,
Miriam?
Well, I'm not going to argue. I put out my request. I listened very carefully to all your responses and I defer. I just thought it was worth discussing.
Excellent. Well, thank you to everyone who made a comment, and stay tuned to August 9th when we make a decision. Okay, let's go back to some of our license hearings. I do apologize to our business owners who sometimes get bounced around. Let's go back to item number 13, I believe, a food vendor license for Le Croissant, doing business as Lacon Paris Patisserie.
We have Burropong here. Oh, just encourage him to say hi. He's already promoted.
Oh, Europong? Are you with us? You'll have to unmute. So sorry for the delay. If you just want to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about the enterprise.
Sure. Good evening. How you guys doing? My name is Ulapong Karahard. We are going to be opening a second location of Lacon Paris. We specialize in making croissant from scratch. So we bake things. We bake croissants every day. So it's a general idea of what we're going to be doing in Brookline location on 1410 Beacon Street.
Excellent. Move over Clearflower. And this is closer to me. So this is a food vendor license, no alcohol involved. Any questions for this applicant? Seems pretty straightforward. What was there before? Oh, this was on his taqueria.
Oh, really?
Oh, hey, great location.
Where am I going?
Where am I going to get my?
Now, this
Oh, never
is
mind.
not a public hearing. So yeah, we could vote. Any questions or discussion? Devin, anyone from the public saying that they may want to make a public comment?
None
Yeah,
here.
no.
None. Okay. So we're going to vote.
Yeah, to be clear, the honest is further up Beacon Street.
Right, 1410
Okay.
Beacon Street, which is what, near Winchester?
Yes.
Yeah, Summit. Okay.
Summit, Winchester.
Okay, so I will move approval of the application for a food vendor license, Le Croissant Incorporated, doing business as Lacon Paris Patisserie at 1410 Beacon Street. Hours of operation will be Wednesday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you so much and so sorry for the delay.
Okay, thank you so
And
much.
best of luck. We will all be there.
Thank you. Come by anytime when we open, please.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay, item 14, common vic and entertainment license. Oh, this is right next door. 1412 Beacon Street.
Hi, Carlos. I see you on the attendee list. If you just accept the panelist promotion.
So again, this is not involving alcohol. So this will not be a public hearing. Number 14.
No, I mean, I'm looking at my map.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
Oh, and
Section
the Tuckery had 2 rooms,
Two,
so I
yeah,
think,
that's
yeah,
exactly
that's what it
there,
is.
that it's like the other half of
Yeah.
Anastasia. Thank you. I was like, how could it?
I spent way too much
Here.
time at
Oh, great.
Tuckery.
Carlos, do you want to say a few words about Cochina Abreu? Doing
Yeah,
business
we-
as
Chilicates.
Chilicates. Thank you.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes. Tell us a little bit about this enterprise.
Hello. Hello, my name's Socrates Abreu. I started my first restaurant, Chilacates, in Jamaica Plain in 2015. And this is going to be number 8 now. So this is a family-run business. And Carlos is my best friend, and he's going to be opening up, hopefully, 1412 Beacon Street. We currently serve Mexican food. Hello?
Sorry, we're having some technical difficulties on our end.
Okay.
Give it another try.
Could you hear me now?
Yes.
Sound great. Thank you.
Where did I leave off?
Carlos is your best friend.
There you go. So, like I was saying, this is a family-run business. We currently we have 6 locations open. We have one in Chestnut Hill. The rest of them are in Boston. This is going to be number 8. We're currently working on another location in South Boston. Each location has a family member of mine, and we serve Mexican street food. Everything made from scratch. We make our breads. We make everything.
Excellent. Does it pair nicely with a croissant?
I'm just realizing that I'm just realizing the opening there. I didn't even notice that. So
What you
I'm
should
happy.
think about
It
doing
bring-
is some sort of like spicy hot chocolate that could pair very
We do.
nicely.
Yeah, French
With-
We do.
Mexican.
Yeah,
We do serve hot.
Croissant mole?
yeah.
Holy croissant.
Yeah, we do serve hot coffee on the.
Excellent. Maybe it'll be a Brookline
Yeah.
special. Any
Yeah.
comments or questions from Miriam?
I just have to make a comment because we eat at the Chocolates at Chestnut Hill all the time. So I'm very excited for another
Thank you.
opening. Yeah, my kids love it. Gooey, burrito.
Thank you.
Carnitas.
There you go.
Any
Where on
other
Chestnut Hill is it?
comments?
Like the street?
Okay, there are 2 separate votes.
Yeah.
We can talk about this after the meeting.
See, my
I-
my food is good. They're talking about it.
Yeah, yes, they are.
So if they leave early enough.
Yeah.
They go up there and get one.
I will move approval of the application of a common victular for Cochina
Abreu.
Abreu,
Abreu.
8 Incorporated, doing business as Chilicates at
Yes. Yep. Chilacate.
1412 Beacon Street. Hours of operation will be Sunday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Seating will consist of 45 inside seats. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
See?
and the chair votes aye. Second vote, I move approval of the application of a new entertainment for Cucina Abreu, 8 Incorporated, doing business as Chilicates at 1412 Beacon Street. Entertainment will consist of radio Sunday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. All those in favor? Bernard,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you, and let us know when you open.
Yes, please.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Okay, we are again skipping over item 15 because that public hearing was withdrawn.
We're running early. I think we should take Ben Kaufman.
Oh, okay. Now we're running ahead of time. Okay. Yes, the next public hearings aren't until 8:30, so we are 8 minutes ahead of schedule. So we are going to skip to state primary election agenda item number 21 with our beloved town clerk, Ben Kaufman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the board, and I'm honored to be here for the rare occasion where the select board is ahead of schedule. It's very exciting. There are 3 items before the board related to the September primary election, which is scheduled for September 6th, 2022. The first item is issuing the warrant for the election itself. Within that warrant, we set the times for the polling locations to be open, which is from 7 a.m. until 8 o'clock p.m. on election day, as well as the polling locations themselves. There is one change in this list, and that is for precinct 4. Following redistricting, we moved precinct 4 to the old Lincoln School on Boylston Street. However, there were many issues related to accessibility, especially for people who needed ADA access, who had to get out of their cars on Boylston Street. So upon consultation with many town departments and exploring many other locations in precinct 4, it is going to be our recommendation to actually move that precinct back to Town Hall, which was the location for precinct 4 prior to redistricting. The second item that needs to be approved by the select board is the hours and location for early voting. The newly passed Votes Act from the state legislature requires early voting starting on August 27th, running until September 2nd. On the weekends, the hours will be from 10 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And on the weekdays, it will be the regular hours of the town clerk's office, which is 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. on Friday, with the location being in room 103, which is the front room in Town Hall. The third vote is actually a new requirement for this select board that was part of the Votes Act, is the assigning of police details to ensure the security and safety of our elections. In the past, this has been the responsibility of the chief of police in consultation with the town clerk. With the newly passed Votes Act, it is actually now the select board's duty to assign those details. So I sent a memo which kind of listed the various police details that we do have on election day. We have one at each polling location to ensure the security of the polling location and to assist the warden in enforcing any potential election law violations, as well as a handful of other police details doing traffic or parking control, as well as a police detail at Town Hall during early voting, just to ensure safety and security during that process. So those are the 3 votes before the board, and I welcome any questions.
Great. Any questions? Bernard and
Yeah,
then Miriam.
Just to clarify, when you say police detail, you're really talking about deployment of police on their regular tour of duty, as opposed to a detail at a construction site.
Correct. Yeah, this isn't the normal process of police responsibilities. I don't know if Chief Gonzalez is still with us in the meeting, but he could speak more about what that looks like on the back end.
Sadly, he is not. But I believe what the point is that these officers are not on overtime.
Correct. Yes, this is part of their regular working hours.
Okay. Miriam.
Thank you for this, Ben. I'm reading your memo about early voting. I know that you addressed that you want to look for multiplying early voting locations for future elections. We're not doing it for this election, but I just want to make sure that you understand that it's important for us, for me, I don't want to speak for the rest of the select board, but certainly for me, that is something, I definitely want to support and see us doing,
Yeah.
making voting more accessible, more easy, more touch points so we can get more people to vote. So I appreciate you actually addressing it in your memo, and I look forward to future elections when we see this become a reality.
Uh,
It's really no question there.
Thank you, Select Board Member Ashkenazi. That is actually was a big part of my campaign when I first ran for town clerk, and it's something that we're actively pursuing in the clerk's office. It includes speaking with you and the other members of the ARPA committee, because we did put a request in there which would allow us to procure the tablets that we would need to expand that early voting. I know that's something that the ARPA committee has been looking at. And hopefully something that we can explore for the November election, having the equipment and all of that ready to go so we can have as accessible elections as possible.
Great. I know for ARPA, we funded all of your requests.
Bernard?
Yeah, I think I'm confused about something. On the agenda, it says question of setting the hours and location for early voting. But when you mention the change of the voting site for precinct 4, that's not just for early voting, it's for the regular primary and general election, I assume also. So precinct 4 on September 6th is going to vote at town hall.
That is correct. So yes, the agenda item, which is voting to set the warrant, within the warrant for the election is the polling locations themselves. And that is the change of moving precinct 4 to town hall. So precinct 4 voters will vote at town hall on September 6th, and all voters can come to town hall during the early voting period from August 27th to September 2nd.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
One quick one.
Mary?
Can you just, the BHA locations for voting? What? I know there was some question last time around. Can you just tell me where those would be?
Yeah, so the two Brookline Housing Authority locations are precinct 3 voting at 90 Longwood Avenue and precinct 7 voting at the 61 Park location. Both of those locations were chosen because they underwent renovations recently, which created large common areas, which are also directly accessible to the outside, which allows voters to vote, have the space to vote without having to go through some of the common areas, the lobbies of a Brookline Housing Authority building. Last year in the spring town election, this board decided, and I think wisely, that if we're going to have a polling location in a residential building in a precinct, that the voters from that building should vote in that location. So that's why precincts 3, which is where 90 Longwood is, and precinct 7, where 61 Park is, were chosen.
Thank you.
I have to say that I've just been so impressed with Clerk Kaufman and his staff. I had the pleasure of working with them during the budget season to develop that video, but also to understand more about what they do and the needs of the department. And you have come regularly. You really stay on top of issues before they fester. I just can't say enough good things about the job that you and your staff are doing. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish I could take all the credit, but my staff is the one who does most of the work.
Mhm. Any comments before I move the 3 votes? Seeing none, I will move setting the hours and location for early voting for the September 6th, 2022 state primary election, as those recommended by Clerk Kaufman. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. I move approval of assigning police details for the September 6th, 2022 state primary election. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then finally, I move issuing the warrant for the September 6th, 2022 state primary election. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, before we get back into the 8:30 public hearings, I am remiss that I promised to read into the record a question that was posed through the Town Meeting Members Association related to the town administrator search process offered by Town Meeting Member Jonathan Golden. He had asked, building on the important question of how the future town administrator will retain quality town employees and staff, what is the plan of the select board to support the future town administrator? What role, if any, can town meeting play to help support the next town administrator? This was a very good questions. And I think that we should talk about it maybe at our August 9th meeting when we talk about, what we decide to do about the town administrator position. Because the root of this question, I think, is a longer term conversation than just about the role of the town administrator itself. Is everyone okay with that? We'll give it some thought and then you can come up with your own reactions or comments related to this question. Okay. So getting back to grants of location public hearings. The first one is NSTAR. Do we have Phyllis?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening. So
Okay,
let us know a little bit about your needs at Westbourne Terrace.
Sure. My name is Phyllis Galloway. I'm a right-of-way agent at Eversource, and we are requesting a grant of location to install approximately 77 feet of conduit in Westbourne Terrace, and this work is necessary to provide electric service to the new Driscoll School.
Great. This is a public hearing. So anyone who wishes to speak on this agenda item, please contact Devin. Any questions or comments by select board members based on what we could hear? I assume that abutters were notified? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public that says that they wish to speak?
At this time, there are 23 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Are there going to be any street closures due to this work?
I'm not sure. I can get back to you on that.
Great. Try to
There
look at-
shouldn't be because it's all in the private way. So no, there shouldn't be.
Great. Okay.
But we may have to park a truck, on the side of the street. So, but I will get back to you on that. I do know that we will be starting 2 weeks after the approval, and it should take no longer than 3 days, weather permitting.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? Do we feel ready to vote?
Sure.
So Devin, let me know if anybody does wish to make a comment, but at this point, I will close the public hearing. I will read the vote language and then move it. I move approving the petition of NSTAR Electric Company doing business as Eversource Energy for permission to construct an location for such a line of conduits and manholes with the necessary cables therein under the following public way: Westbourne Terrace, northwesterly from manhole 9531, approximately 163 feet from Beacon Street, a distance of about 51 feet thence, turning and running southwesterly, a distance of about 26 feet to 64 Westbourne Terrace. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Phyllis.
Thank you very much. And I will get back to you in regards to the parking and closing of any streets if there will be.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good evening, everyone.
You too. So the next grant of location is with Crown Castle and Cambridge Network Solutions on Harvard Street, intersection with Beacon Street. This is a public hearing, so if you do wish to make a comment, please alert Devon Fields. They're here. Sean or Herb?
Sean Ellis is on with Crown Castle.
Great. Do you want to just give us a little background as to what the work is going to be?
Yeah, sure. So Crown Castle is joining forces with CNS, Cambridge Network Solutions / LightPath, on a joint trench from Eversource manhole 3349 at the corner of Harvard Street and Beacon, approximately installing 2 4-inch conduits from that Eversource manhole 3349 into 1330 Beacon Street. Services to provide a new internet service for our customer, who is Tudor Investments. That's all I have. I don't know if Herb, if you have anything else to add.
We specifically would love to know anything about closures.
Beacon Street.
Coolidge Corner.
There shouldn't be any closures on this one. It's on the corner, close to the curb.
Great. So for any members of the board that may not have caught that, because our audio is a little temperamental tonight,
Probably on my
there
end.
should not be any closures because it's close to the, what was it, sidewalk?
Correct.
Bernard?
I guess my question is, where are your trucks going to be parking while you do this work? I mean, it's close to the curb, but you have equipment that's going to be somewhere, and there's not a lot of room around that area.
There's a right turn lane and then there's a lane that can go straight. So they should be able to get into the turn lane and the parking lane to let traffic flow by.
So you'd be impeding the right turn lane?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a significant impedance at that corner.
Yeah, we won't be blocking traffic. Traffic should be able to flow.
Okay,
And we will have
when
police.
when would this work be done? What time of day?
We're assuming it would be daytime.
Is there going to be a police detail request?
Yes.
Okay.
This is literally the fourth corner.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of forget that Coolidge Corner does empty out in August because of the college kids. There is less traffic.
It's a relative term, though.
Yeah.
Right.
John?
Does anyone know the date offhand of Brookline Day? We have something coming up called Brookline Day.
Oh,
which is
September
going to,
16th.
So I'm just wondering when you were scheduling this work, because that's going to be a major street fair sort of occasion, September 16th.
Yeah, I would assume they wouldn't give us a permit for those days. We can see what days those are and avoid those days.
Great.
Yeah, they still have to go through the trouble of coordinating with our building department.
Cool.
But also Mel pointed out Brookline Days on the weekend. So, most likely.
Yeah, conceivably, this work would be done during the week.
Excuse me.
Bernard?
Yeah, I still have questions as to how you're going to set up your equipment at that intersection. I mean, it is August, but it's still a pretty busy intersection. And if you block off the turning lane, I can just imagine that creates a huge hazard for both pedestrians crossing the street as well as or vehicles. I'm not sure how we deal with this, but I mean, we have to have some assurance that is being dealt with.
That's what the
Pedestrians-
police detail is for.
Pedestrians will actually have to observe the walk and wait sign. Because they're coming out from a blind, coming out around the equipment into a blind traffic lane.
Yeah.
So
And we would also have traffic management set up as well. So there would be signs prior to the construction area, construction zone, in all directions.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Just make sure it's safe. I mean, I go up there a lot, and that is not where you want to have
yeah,
equipment in the
right.
street.
We don't want to lose a select board member here.
I would be careful.
Look both ways twice.
I think it depends on which select board member, Mike.
Yeah.
No,
Just
no,
teasing.
no. We're all
Anyone?
precious.
We're all special
each other.
snowflakes.
We're all special.
Anyone from the public want to make a comment?
After that.
At this time, we have 19 attendees and
Driving them away.
no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I will close the public hearing. Are we ready to vote on this?
Yep.
Okay. Bernard's
Yeah,
still
just-
noodling.
Well, no, I mean, look, there's nothing we can do other than to make it clear to Cambridge Network and the other group that they need to make sure that they deal with the safety issues, I think, are raised here. And I assume that their police detail is going to help with that, but, it's their responsibility to make sure that the intersection is safe and they don't bring the type of equipment there that's going to be difficult to control. So,
Yeah, there's a live railway right there,
Yeah.
lots of pedestrian activity.
Yeah.
So I will trust that the police detail will help some, but a traffic management plan is certainly required. Do let us know if there's anything else that you need to increase the safety. But this is one of the hearts of the town. So please, please, please do whatever you can to make sure that we do not get any complaints.
Okay.
Any comments before I read the language to be voted? Seeing none, I move approval of the petitions of Crown Castle NG East LLC and Cambridge Network Solutions for permission to construct and a location for such a line of conduits and manholes with the necessary cables therein under the following public way as a joint trench build. Harvard Street, Crown Castle and Cambridge Network Solutions conduit running northwesterly from existing electric manhole number 3349 near the intersection with Beacon, a distance of about 5 feet, thence turning and running southwesterly, a distance of about 18 feet to 1330 Beacon Street and one new Crown Castle handhole. All those in favor, Bernard,
aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
Mike,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are 1 minute early for the fire station renovations project update. Oh, now we're right on time. So like 20 seconds, really. We're just waiting on the chief. Oh, he's here, Chief Sullivan.
There we are.
Oh, did we go to a black tie event tonight?
We did. We did.
Oh, wow.
And I just walked in the door, so I'm trying to get myself together here.
Nice.
So thank you, Madam Chair. And it is that time to bring before the board the request to be able to put before the voters this fall our request for a debt exclusion to cover the cost of renovations for 4 of our fire stations and to rebuild our Station 5. I do have a presentation. If I can share my screen.
Evan is giving you permission right now.
She's the best. Right. screen. Stop broadcast. Let's see if I can figure this out on an iPad. I'm not used to doing it on the iPad. Where am I? Just had it. Can you see that?
No.
No. Okay, I can see it.
Just want to make sure it
That's not
wasn't
help.
just me.
Let me see here. Let me try that again. It's different on the iPad.
I might have it, Chief.
Okay, thank you, Devin.
Hold on. Can you see that?
Redundancy can be a beautiful thing.
That's right. That's why I sent it to Devin. Okay. All right. As long as you can see it, that's great. So thank you again for having me. And Devin, if you could move to the next screen, that'd be great. So these are the locations of our 5 fire stations, as everyone knows. Station 1 is down at the Village. Station 3 is on Washington Street. Station 4 at the corner of Reservoir and Boylston. Station 5 on Babcock Street, and Station 6 on Hammond Street. All of those stations are strategically placed in order to be able to provide the best coverage for the town. And we will be referring back to especially Station 4, which is located just about in the center of Brookline, as a pivotal point in this project. So Devin, if you could advance again, please. So just some historical facts. The average age, since I did this originally, the average age has gone up a year. So the average age is actually now 95.4 years old. So we've gotten a good amount of a use out of our buildings over the years. The oldest station, Station 1 down the Village, I'm sorry, the oldest station is Station 7 on Washington Street, 1898, 125 years now of continued service. Next, followed by Station 1, and then you can see where they go from there. And so that's where we are with the age. So if anybody needs an idea of how much use we get out of these, 125 years or 100 years is the average. Hopefully we don't have these new stations for 100 years after that. Why do we need the changes? There's 3 multipliers that we are looking at that are causing us to move forward. First is firefighter health. Firefighters are being exposed to more chemicals and toxins than ever before. And as a result of these exposures, firefighter cancer rates are growing. It is now the #1 cause of death among firefighters. And that translates in Massachusetts to a presumptive disability. And so firefighters, for the most part, with any kinds of cancers that are related to the fire service, will get the benefit of the disability pension for the rest of their lives. So obviously, the more we can do to prevent cancers, the better we all are in the long run. Next one, Devin. The second, and equally as important, these are not necessarily prioritized, they just happen to be in this order, is to accommodate our female firefighters. So we've had female firefighters now for over 30 years in Brookline, and there's been no appreciable work done to any of the buildings to accommodate female firefighters. And this project will establish, for the most part, gender neutral areas, including the bathrooms and changing areas, which will be individualized so that they no longer will have men's room, male or female rooms. They will all be a gender neutral to accommodate all of our firefighters moving forward. And the last piece is really, again, about health and safety. Since 2019, the OSHA standards have changed, and we now have a more vibrant OSHA in the state. And as you can see from this mess of wires here under Station 4, we have we have some work to do to be able to bring us in compliance. Air quality is not great in many of our stations. The wiring and a lot of the things that are necessities for running these stations are well beyond their usefulness and need to be updated. Thank you, Devin. Next slide. So our strategic objectives for this are to decontaminate the existing structures and contents, power washing, scrubbing the hard surfaces, floors, walls, and ceilings, and counters. Remove all possible soft objects, furnishings, and replace them with non-porous furniture capable of simple decontamination. So all the good work that we do in decontamination doesn't continue to build over time. We'll be able to continue that decontamination on a daily basis when we do our regular cleaning. Establish our environmental zoning through the HVAC controls where negative pressure and positive pressure allow us to keep those toxins from moving from the areas where the apparatus and the gear are stored, keep those things from moving by airflow into the living spaces. And that's all done through engineering. Develop and implement comprehensive on-scene and station decontamination programs to limit the amount of toxins that we're bringing into the stations in the first place. Alter and renovate internal configurations of stations and facilities so we create that capacity and resiliency for female firefighters going forward. The environmental zoning we just talked about, so that that will require some alterations of the facilities itself, and then, as I stated, to be in compliance with OSHA. Just to give you an idea of some of the furnishings, I believe that some of the tables that we're using in the stations were remnants of the previous high school, previous to the renovation of the old high school and Old Lincoln and some of the places. And as you can see, none of us would have these furnishings in our homes. And our firefighters are should not be subject to having to live in these conditions either. The plumbing, obviously, this is not a great situation where we have a washing machine that is dumping straight into our slop sink. It should be piped into the system, and we shouldn't have to live under these conditions. I can tell you that the mattresses with COVID have been replaced 100%. So, well, we shouldn't have to replace mattresses, but that was a major site of contamination. I already talked about, some of the wiring issues as things have gone past their usefulness over the years. I think that speaker that we were just looking at predates my, grammar school days, and obviously. Our firefighters deserve a healthy living space. They're there for 24 hours at a time, and sometimes longer. And we, and they deserve better accommodations than what we're giving them right now. I know this chart is hard to read, but you all have copies of this. This is the latest update, and we will get one more update before the November ballot. But one of the things that we went back to the drawing board at the beginning of 2021 was that we would, we contemplated the idea of moving as close as we could to net zero. And so you see two numbers at the bottom of these requisitions or these calculations. To your left, the table to the left gives all of the details. And there's a price tag of approximately $49 or $50 million for all of the work to be done, with some inflationary numbers built into there. Charlie Simmons and GGD Construction worked very hard to try to estimate, given the current climate, using the factors for building costs in the Boston metropolitan area, and inflating those costs based on the COVID kind of surge that we've been seeing. To the right-hand side is the estimated cost, which is another $10 million. to move these stations as close to net zero as possible. It is a well-given fact in the climate resiliency world that not every building is going to be able to be moved to zero, but we're trying and we're moving as close as we can. So before the advisory board, we presented both of these costs, and it was the unanimous decision of the advisory board to move forward and try to do as best as we could to ask the voters to buy into the plan for getting the town as close to net zero as possible by 2030 by incorporating those controls into this plan at a cost of closer to 60 million for all of the work. Our timeline, if we were to be successful this fall, going forward with a debt exclusion vote for one or two things, and we're hoping that it would be option B, net zero, 60 million approximately to the voters for a debt exclusion vote in the fall in conjunction with the federal election. 2014, we would start our first fire station renovations, which would be at Station 4, and then we would move forward throughout the schedule of the remaining stations. And I'll give you a little timeline of that in just the next slide. So we would start in year one with Station 4 at Boylston Street and Reservoir Road. That will be kind of the test station, if you will, and we'll try to work out a lot of the kinks of what this whole process of renovations and refurbishment mean in terms of the controls for HVAC and cleaning these stations. Station 4 right now houses one engine company. It is historically had two companies in there. Years and years ago, there was a ladder there, and we anticipate growth in Brookline over the course of the next 5 to 10 years will necessitate going to the voters again and looking for a third ladder in the South Brookline area where a lot of our new housing starts are. And Station 4 will be renovated to accommodate two company station, which it was in the past, and that will be used as our point of our pivot point is what I'm calling it for these renovations, so that we'll be able to move companies around in order to accommodate the renovations going on at any given station. So for year one, Engine 4, which is at the Station 4 complex right now, will temporarily move down to Station 6 in South Brookline while that station is being renovated. That should take the least amount of time. We're hoping somewhere in the 12 to 18 month program, shorter if possible. Once that station is completed, we will move Engine 4 back to Station 4, and we'll move on to Station 1 at Brookline Village, which houses the Deputy Chief on Duty, Engine 1, and Ladder 2. Ladder 2 will move up to Station 4 and run out of Station 4 for a number of years, actually, while Station 1 is being renovated. And I'll talk about the replacement of Station 5 in just a minute. Engine 1 will be relocated to Station 7, and the chief will be relocated as well. That station being a 3-story station and one of the oldest stations, and one of the more complex renovations and refurbishments that we will be doing, could take up to 1.5 to 2 years to actually complete, depending on how the project moves forward. After that, it will move on again in years 2 or 3 to the replacement of Station 5 on the Babcock Street lot. It will be a tear down and rebuild on the same lot, and we're anticipating using the Babcock Street parking area for a temporary housing, which is built into the cost of just the engine. Station 5 is also a 1 engine, 1 ladder station, as is the village. Ladder 1 will move from Station 5 down to the Village. Ladder 2 will stay up on Reservoir Street for that entire time. And Engine 5 will stay at Babcock Street in the temporary housing at the Babcock Street parking lot. Once that is completed, those companies will move back to where they are supposed to be, back to Station 5. Ladder 2 will return down to the Village, and we'll move on to Station 7 on Washington Street. Potentially, as we move forward, we're also, given that Washington Street is a restricted building in that the lot is very small. It is a historical building, and the amount of renovations that it would take to make it a modern building are doable. But ideally, sometime in the future, there's a possibility that we may have to relocate Station 7. So we'll be looking throughout those prior years to see if there is any place that we could consider the building of a new Station 7 somewhere off-site. But right now, the plans are to renovate the existing Station 7. We can always flip Station 6 and 7 at the end if we need more time to make a decision on Station 7 going forward. But either way, if we did contemplate another Station 7 somewhere down the line, we would be reducing the number from this debt exclusion for the renovations. Obviously, that would not occur, and we'd be going before the voters at that time for an additional debt exclusion for a rebuild and not a renovation. So that's the timeline. Just a little example of the environmental zoning I was talking about. You see the red areas. Currently, the red areas are all contaminated zones, and they, in many cases, are contiguous to the living areas. And the idea is to, and through these environmental controls, create those spaces so that the red areas where our folks are living now will become, quote unquote, the green areas, and the contaminants will not be a daily exposure to our members. Next slide, please. They just kind of said all of that. So here's Station 4. I did talk about this already, so Devin, we can move past this, the pivot point. Just the basic concepts. You can keep going. I think we've covered most of this. A couple of the stations, Stations 6 and 7, require we actually move the kitchen from the first floor right off the apparatus floor. So basically, it's like having your kitchen in the same room as your garage. And it requires us to move those kitchens from the first floor up to the second floor. So it's a little bit more of a renovation project for those stations. Go ahead, Ben. And I think that's the end of it. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have regarding the plan moving forward.
Thank you so much, Chief. Mike Salmon.
Thank you, Chief. That was very thorough and very helpful. The one thing I want to ask about is, I'm not sure whether I'm asking you or cautioning you about Babcock Street, because we're planning on a committee to look at the possibility of putting public housing on the Babcock Street lot. And so what year, recognizing the fact that these kinds of things take a long time to get into the works and get financing and design and so forth, just the same on, depending on how long what year you're planning to be using that, we need to do some thinking about coordination.
I would say, and we are in contact with planning and community development and have been continuously. And if we need to find another site, that just happens to be a site that we control at this point. There's also the John Street lot over there. Yeah. It's a little smaller, but we could make it work. So there are options that we can use. The idea is just to keep it in the neighborhood. So that we have a presence in North Brookline, so we're working in close conjunction with planning and community development, and we understand that that lot is under consideration for a number of different things. We're probably looking at somewhere in the area of 25 calendar year 25, 26. And it's actually probably a little quicker to knock it down and rebuild one than it is to refurbish like the village because of the complexity of that building. So at least the estimates that I got from GGD are about an 18-month turnaround from the time that we started. So that would be where we're falling. So if we started in late 25, we'd be looking at 26, 27 before we'd be out of there.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I was counting on my fingers here that you'd be up to 27. Well, I'm glad that you're thinking about the John Street law as a possibility, because I think if everything goes as smoothly as it could with Babcock Street, having had the experience of Kent Street, I'm not sure what that means, but if everything goes as smoothly as we could, we might actually be looking to break ground. So
yeah, we're not tied to it,
that
John.
John Street is there.
I mean, like we're not tied to it. It just happens to be,
Yeah,
a
it's
place
convenient.
that we've got right now. So
yeah. Oh, absolutely. I understand. I'd be doing the same thing. It's right down the street after all.
Right.
But certainly as a resident of Coolidge Corner, I want you to keep firing.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Everybody wants their fire station, but just not next door.
I lived next door to the city of Cambridge Central Square Cambridge fire station for a couple of years, and you get used to sirens in the middle of the night. It's amazing.
You do.
John and then Miriam.
Thanks very much for the presentation. I have a couple of questions about the plan presented tonight and in the context of the plan that is in the FY23 budget capital improvements program, excuse me, which describes what seems to me to be a rather different approach with a total of $21.3 million, $21.5 million for for the work, with the possible, addition of more monies to that, depending on whether you go all the way with a full replacement of Babcock Street. So if you wouldn't mind commenting on that, but also on the fact that in the capital improvement budget, the amount is, I believe, 45, and the total amount of this, if we put in the net zero, would be 60.
So the original this project has been contemplated now for 3+ years. This was something that we were trying to move forward pre-COVID and got stuck behind a number of different school projects. And then obviously the COVID years. And so we've had to make changes as we've gone along. I'm not 100% sure the numbers in the capital improvement, where those were generated, why those are still there the way that they are. That would be a question, I guess, for Melissa. But those were original numbers that we were working with back when we were just contemplating a much scaled down project. As we started, like most things, even your home renovation projects, as we got GGD on board and they started to work through the numbers and kind of peel back the onion layers, you get to the meat of the project and you understand that it's going to be a bigger thing than you expected in the first place. The 45 million was the original estimation by GGD pre-COVID. And then we had to go back and obviously recalculate as the inflationary costs for supplies and everything else that was going up because of supply chain issues and just the general atmosphere in the Boston area of housing and building was inflating at a remarkable rate. So we went back to GGD. That estimation got re-established at around that $50 million number that you see on the left-hand side of that proposal. And it was Charlie Simmons who brought forward and said, you know, if we're going to do this, given the political climate and the will of the voters in Brookline, we need to ask them for an estimate with the eye towards net zero. And so at the beginning of 2021, we went back to GGD and asked them to give us an update, which included the net zero price, and that's how we landed the 60 million.
Thanks for the answer. But could you also comment on why we need to do a complete replacement of Station 5, which is the youngest of all of the stations?
Right. So that's a great question, and it comes up often. And again, that's a function of you know, what we're relying on the environmental engineers as well as the structural engineers, and also just you know, my expertise as a fire chief and our ability to be able to utilize the facilities that we have. Station 5 is what we call kind of a California design in a Northeast territory. So back in the 50s and 60s, when a number of fire stations were being built in the West and out and down South, nobody was building fire stations in the Northeast. And so when the architects went to look for station designs, all they had at their disposal were these California type design projects. And so it got built, and it is not efficient. It does not allow us for the types of renovations that we would need to do. For instance, the bathrooms are a unisex bathroom that are gang toilets and gang showers, and you know, the same holds true for the locker room area. There is no separation and can't be done. It's built on a slab, so there's no way to do the electrical, plumbing, or any of that without digging into the slab. And basically, the cost that it would be to renovate that station would never get you to where you really want it to be. So GGD came back to us after the OSHA, not the OSHA people, but their environmental folks came through with their assessment and said, you would be much wiser to spend 16 to 17 million to build a new station than to spend $7 million trying to renovate this station. And that's how we came to the conclusion. The other piece of that puzzle is that the lot that Station 5 is on allows us to be able to do that. It is the biggest lot in terms of the size in the north end for us to do. Station 7 on Washington Street is a very tiny parcel. Station 1 and 7 are both historical buildings, so they would not be subject to demolition and refurbish and rebuild. So that was another factor. It allows us to do. We can build simultaneous to the point to the time that we're actually taking the building down, and it allows us to do enough area so that we can do the geothermal borings to be able to bring geothermal energy to that building.
Chief, just a quick follow-up, because the bathrooms and the gender issue has been so much a part of this conversation. How many women do we have in the department right now?
Right now we're at 5, and we're hoping, and we've been adding female firefighters pretty much the last 2 classes that I've been able to run, and we hope that number continues to grow.
Sounds good.
Miriam?
Great, and actually that leads off. So first I want to say thank you for actually not having male and female, but thinking about gender neutral. Because I think while we have 5 female officers now, we really don't know how many, who identifies as what, and giving them the privacy to make those decisions themselves, I think is really important. So I really appreciate that. I just want to support what Mike says about making sure you have a backup plan for Babcock, because it sounds
Yep.
like there could be some overlap there. It sounds like you're already doing that. That's great. I have two questions. The first is, since two of them are historical buildings, will there be extra steps in terms of renovation? Like, will you have to get extra approvals? I'm just curious about if that will add. And then I'll just piggyback my second question and let you answer them both. That's
Sure.
it.
Yeah.
And the second question is about minority business owners. This is a real opportunity. There's a lot of money here. There's a lot of business here. So I'd really love to know that right from the beginning, we are prioritizing engaging with and hiring minority business owners, architects, engineers, all of the like. So I'd love to hear your plan for that. And great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. We don't anticipate any major renovations to the exteriors of either Station 1 or Station 7. So that is generally where you run into the aspects of the historical parts of it. We may end up having to go before the commission to do some work with windows and the replacements if that's necessary. But we don't anticipate any major problems in that area, because we're not really changing the facade of the outside of the building, which is really the greater historical significance. The minority business owners, I don't really have a sense of how that will proceed. That would be overseen by Charlie Simmons and the buildings department as the clerk of the works as we go forward. But I certainly will encourage, that is part of the plan moving forward.
And Dave Giannakakis, our
And Dave
Director of
G.
Procurement, who is very excited about that issue.
Okay. So.
Yeah.
And he'll be involved.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not going to be signing the contracts personally, but I'm happy to champion that as we move forward.
I would encourage you to send either an email or reach out to Dave Giannakakis. He's wonderful. Bernard?
I was just going to suggest that, but also at some point, the contracts will get before the select board, and we should just be aware that we should look at them carefully in terms of those issue of minority procurement, but also other issues that we can make sure that are covered. So
Yeah, but the sooner staff know that that's a priority of ours, the better. GENGEG.
I'll send it to you.
GENAKAKAS.
Devin's on it.
Just like it sounds.
Yes.
Very funny.
Actually, it's pretty accurate.
It is pretty accurate.
That's a bad joke for somebody who's hard of hearing.
Just the last one.
Okay, Mike?
So just one last comment. I noticed that your tie, presumably that was a bow tie, is undone, and I'm pleased to see that it's not a clip-on, that you actually know.
No.
No. Bow tie, or somebody in
is-
your family does.
It's me.
As a bow tie
I can-
wearer myself, I applaud that.
I can do it right now if you need me to. It's verboten in the Mason part that I'm in to have a clip on, so I had to learn it. But
There you go. There you go. Good for them.
Black tie is actually semi-formal.
it is white
Yes,
tie and
white-
tails.
White tie is formal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next time I come on, I'll wear that one.
Oh, excellent. Any other questions? Oh, this is a public hearing. Wow, okay, this is a public hearing. If you are a member of the public and want to be heard, please notify Devin Fields.
At this time, there are 13 attendees. And no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
So I will close the public hearing. This is, I believe, the last meeting before a deadline that we need in order to place this question on the November ballot.
Mhm.
Any concerns about putting this on the November ballot before I read the language to be voted.
Not a bit.
But let me just remind the board, and I'll confirm with Joe, that this requires four members of the board to vote in favor.
Okay.
I believe 2/3 vote. to put a exclusion on the ballot. I believe. Yes.
Yes, it does.
Debt.
Yes, it
Yeah,
does.
debt
It
exclusion.
does.
Let's
Yeah.
not worry about it unless we have only three. But I think we have what we
Right, just thought I'd let you know.
Okay, so I will move the vote to consider placing a debt exclusion question for the fire station renovation projects on the November state election ballot on November 8th, 2022.
I think you need to read the actual.
Oh, okay.
language.
And the language will appear as follows. Shall the town of Brookline be allowed to exempt from the provisions of Proposition 2.5, so-called the amounts required to pay for the bonds issued in order to renovate, remediate, and modernize all the town fire stations, including site work and the reconstruction of Station 5 located at 49 Babcock Street, ? All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Chief, for.
Thank you. On behalf of the members of the Brookline Fire Department, we really appreciate your support on this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you for working on this project and getting it this far. Last, but certainly not least, two board and commission appointments. Mike, do you want to talk about the athletic field task force? I know you've been
Yep.
working on this.
Right, so I've taken, I have 9 sort of candidates for appointment. I would like to have all of them approved. And I'll read down and give you a sense of who they are in just a moment. But the suggestions have come from some people who volunteered, one person that I recruited myself, and from the Parks and Recreation Department and Parks and Recreation Commission. And going in alphabetical order, they're Clara Batchelder, who is a Parks and Recreation Commissioner and a retired landscape architect, Antonia Balalta, I beg your pardon, Parks and Rec Commissioner, also, I believe, an active landscape architect. Michael Berger, a town meeting member from Precinct 16, who has done consulting work on toxicity. Ida Fridland, a retired chemist. Laura Green, a toxicologist who runs a small toxicology consulting practice in Brookline. John Luitis, who is the assistant director of the Brookline Recreation Department and who schedules fields. Nicole McClelland, who is a parent of children in Driscoll and who is active in the Driscoll PTO and is formerly a town meeting member and who I recruited. And Peter Moyer, a retired physician and a member of an associate member of the Advisory Committee on Public Health. And finally, David Nardoni, a landscape architect in Stantec's sports division. What I was looking for here is a diversity of views. I hope that will not prevent the committee from coming to a reasonable set of conclusions that we can bring to town meeting in a timely way. But I've asked everybody to please keep an open mind and more or less got acquiescence to that request. So we'll see how that goes.
Excellent. Thank you so much for working on this. Any questions, comments about the list? I missed it. Is there a public health person?
Public health, well,
Peter
I've got
Moore?
Peter Moyer, Advisory Committee on, yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions before I move approval of this slate? Now, was the warrant article that encouraged us to appoint this, did it say how many members or was that left open?
I believe that was left open, but there was a suggestion to have people from Parks and Rec and so forth. So
Okay.
there were, and I interpreted that in how shall I say, as open-minded and liberal a way as I could. Because
Okay.
I want to have a.
The
broad
only
group.
reason I asked was to know whether or not I had to move two separate votes or if we can just adopt the slate that you put
If you-
together.
I'll look up the article if you'll give me just a moment.
While
Yeah,
you're
if you-
doing that,
Pardon?
while you're doing that,
Yeah, we go to the next
maybe
one.
we can go to Racial Equity Grant Committee. So in May, Raul Fernandez stepped off of the select board, which opened up an opening on the Racial Equity Grant Committee. I have asked Bernard Green to fill in, and he has graciously accepted. Any comments or questions about that?
Was there a second opening? I thought.
Is there a
I-
second?
I
I
read
don't-
that in the materials, but.
Okay. We will check to see if there is a second opening. Right now, we know there is one opening.
Marion just wants to balance me.
That is exactly what I want to do.
I know what you're up to.
So
The other person was a member of the Commission on Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. So I think that second vacancy, they're looking for someone from that commission.
Oh, okay.
Got it.
That was Grace, right?
It was great.
Yeah.
Well, you're a liaison. Talk to the diversity committee and see, what their appetite is.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be on their next agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike?
So the resolution was to appoint an athletic field surface task force consisting not only of a few Parks and Recreation Commission members, but also other community and staff members that bring diverse perspectives such as athletics, recreation, public schools of Brookline, environmental climate, toxicology, risk assessment, public health, children's socio-emotional and physical development, capital planning, and perhaps other domains. I don't know what domain would be left. So I think we've covered.
Okay.
We've covered that adequately.
Excellent. Well, let's stick with the Racial Equity Grant Committee. Bernard replacing Raul on the Racial Equity Grant Committee. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then adopting the Athletic Field Task Force slate as prepared by Mike Salmon. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam? Aye. Mike?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. That is our meeting tonight. We will have our next meeting on August 9th. And it may be all virtual.
Oh, really?
Stay tuned.
All right.